Ladies and gentlemen, as we are preparing ourselves to settle down, I would like to invite the exhibitors. Please take a seat. If you can just take a seat, our exhibitors. And if my colleagues can assist me with the other guests that are still outside, please escort them to the room. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Pumla. I will be the program director for today. First and foremost, let me just start with some few announcements for refreshing. If you need to go out and refresh yourself, you just go straight down the aisle. Yes, I do have an aisle here. And then on your right hand side, you will then see the restrooms. For the exit, we've got 2 pointers of exit. And yeah, very important announcement for today. We are looking forward to engage with you. As I have introduced myself as Pumla Reza, I would like to greet everybody that is here. Now, who is everybody that is here? The leaders from the 3 spheres of government. I would like to greet the captains of industry. I would like to greet the academians that they are serving in this platform. Our business associations, chambers, good morning. Our stakeholders for today, and then the colleagues with the media team and the people that are assisting us to ensure that everything is running smoothly. As we are here today, we are being called by the department under the leadership of Dade Keitso Magume as an MEC, and our HOD, head of the department, Mr. Pakiso Libona. Good morning, HOD, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I indicated I'm from the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs. Now, in that department, I am from the branch called Economic Development Branch, which amongst the functions that we are deliberating on and delivering on, or as a mandate for ourselves in the department to pursue, one of them talks about industrialization and industrial development. That is why then today, ladies and gentlemen, we are here attending the industrialization Indaba. Our focus in that space is to mainly transform the industrial capabilities, is to enhance and improve the competitiveness and the innovation in that space of industrial sector, as well as holistically to drive the economic value and investment support. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to have you here today. We know you've left your comfortable areas, your operational spaces, to come and be with us and discuss on the key fundamental elements of industrial sector. As we are embarking together in this journey, we are going to go through under the theme, driving industrial development and inclusive growth. So, by so saying, I would like to call upon on stage Me Matabile Mandela to welcome us in this session. Thank you very much. Over to you. Me Matabile is from the office of the MEC in the department. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Program Director. Yes, my name is Matabile Mandela. I'm from the Office of the MEC, responsible for stakeholders management. My job is very easy today. It's just to welcome each and every one of you. Before I do that, ladies and gentlemen, let me first observe the protocol or greet the MEC for Finance, Economic Development and Tourism in absentia, the HOD of our department, our stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests and fellow delegates. It is with pleasure to welcome you to the industrialization in the Free State, under the theme Driving Industrial Development and Inclusive Growth in the Free State. As we gather here today, we are presented with a unique opportunity to shape the future of our economy and drive the growth through innovation and collaborations with our stakeholders. Let's make most of this moment and work together to unlock new possibilities. The stage is set, let's go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Batabile Mandela. The stage is set, let's go. As we are going to be moving forward after that profound welcoming from Mayor Batabile, I would like to call upon on stage our HOD, head of the department, Mr. Pakiso Libona, to tell us why are we here. Yes, indeed, we have been going around. There were flyers, some adverts, some invitations out on industrialization in Indaba. Yes, we are here today. Our HOD, can you kindly come and brief us, tell us why are we here, as well as indeed provide us with a keynote address for the day. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Let me also take this opportunity to greet you all. As Mayor Pumla has indicated, my name is Pakiso Libone, Acting HOD for the Department of DESTEA in the Free State Province. Colleagues, the main objective why we have convened in this fashion, it is primarily to engage robustly so on the industrial policy that has been developed. It is our firm belief as a department that we as government, we cannot do it alone. Therefore, we need our private sector. We also need our academia. We also need public sector at large to extensively engage on this industrialization document. Now, this document is a document that has been developed just to also assist us to address some of the challenges that we are experiencing as a province, specifically with regard to high unemployment, as well as to also assist in terms of stimulating the much needed economy. Now, as colleagues have also indicated, we believe that when we discuss this specific document, we will also provide the progress on the Free State industrialization policy. We will also enhance industrial competitiveness and innovation. But more so, we will also be looking at issues relating to infrastructure, logistics, as well as investment support. But what is also important is that we should also be able to create partnership opportunities across different key industries. So, colleagues, this is the main reason why we are here. But I've already been tasked by the Honorable MEC to also deliver his keynote address. Now, in the keynote address that he has requested us to deliver on his behalf, he indicated that today's session is not just a mere talk show. That they see talk shop, not talk show. He indicated that it is a strategical platform to define our province industrialization agenda and to change our socio-economic situation forever. This Indaba derives its existence primarily from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 22 of the Constitution, that deals with the guarantees to all citizens the right to choose trade, profession, or occupation freely. It goes further to protect economic activities through underpinning each individual's ability to earn a living and participate in the economy. In line with the provisions of the Constitution, we invite as the Free State Department of Economic Development as well as Free State at large, we are inviting you as participants to this August occasion representing various industries of the economy, civil society, academia, and all formation to assist us to respond to the challenges of the economy which we are confronted with. Like as I've indicated, government alone cannot do it. We can enable the environment, but we still need private sector. We still need you as a civil society. So, as a government, we have no doubt that answers to all challenges lie amongst you here. Government alone cannot bring solutions. We would like to facilitate a dialogue and create a conducive environment for society to flourish. Now, I would also like to call our President, Date Matamela, when he was speaking in an inauguration National Dialogue Steering Committee early this year, and he said, at several notable and important moments in our history, we have come together to confront our challenges and forge a path forward. From the Freedom Charter to our democratic constitution, from national peace accords to our response to COVID, South Africa have pursued dialogue, cooperation, and partnership to give expression to the voice of ordinary women and men. Let us use this Indaba as a platform for dialogue, cooperation, and partnership to change the course of our economic journey. Let us not discuss for sake of discussing, but chart a way forward towards a common socio-economic future. Let us interrogate our deep-seated challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, not as a source of lamentation, but to inspire us to find lasting solutions. Whilst this is a session facilitated by the government, we must not allow the voice of the private sector to be dwarfed. We must allow free dialogue, as well as sharing of ideas, perspectives, and best practice. I call on organizations and organizers to allow a free flow of ideas and to ensure that all voices are heard. So don't be afraid to raise your view. Yes, not all your ideas can be taken. I always believe that we must not always get married to our ideas. Somewhere, someone has a better idea. So, but feel free to engage at this level. Now, if ever we are to leave this session without a concrete set of decisions, at least let's just change the character of our economy. That would amount to wasteful expenditure. So it is our firm belief that out of this engagement, we must have a clear and concrete resolutions that will take us forward in terms of addressing the challenges that we are confronted with in as far as the economy of the Free State is concerned. Now, on behalf of the Honorable MEC, as I've indicated, let's have a robust and open debate on our draft industrialization policy and our cluster program. Your constructive criticism are important to shape our work and to ensure that as the public sector and private sector, we are all on an equal footing. So we will accept where we are not doing right. We will also accept where we must correct certain things. As I've indicated, we are not married to our ideas. Colleagues, we need each other, and we shall work together to build a strong, resilient, and sustainable economy. As the MEC for Free State, Tate Makume used to say, together we can work to ensure that the Free State is not a province to go through, but a province to go to. In conclusion, allow me to just remind this August session about one of the distinguished African freedom fighter, Amilcar Cabral, wherein he indicated that always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. So let this Festival of Ideas assist us to re-industrialize the economy and address the tribal challenges that we are confronted with. We all know that we are confronted with poverty, inequality, and high level of unemployment. Let this Indaba mark the rebirth of our industrial growth in our province. I wish you a successful, productive, and most importantly, decisive Indaba. I thank you.
A round of applause, please. It was indeed insightful, HOD. For all of us, we are now clear on the purpose of the day. He has mentioned some key 4 elements that our discussion point will then start at. The elements of partnership, the elements of competitiveness and innovation. He has mentioned the inclusive growth in that part. So the discussions of today will then be led by those 4 discussion key elements of economic development. Thank you, HOD. Further, our HOD has then taken us to our MEC, who is fully supporting the session. Our MEC indeed indicated, he echoed actually loudly on the participation of everybody in this session and the kind of engagements that we'll be having. He's looking forward to read them or to be afforded with that information. And yeah, he did indicate that government, we cannot do it alone. Our stakeholders, and it's our stakeholders, academians, the captains of industries, all the three spheres of government, collectively so, we need to collaborate and partner so that we're able to move forward. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Now, Honorable MEC's speech then indeed went further and quoted our president, who echoed as well on the importance of the dialogue when there is a policy. Specifically today, we're talking about industrialization policy. It has been outlined. We need to engage on the dialogues format, the cooperation on that, and the partnership to change the economy journey that we are embarking on, that we have been achieving, that we have been embarking on. He further guided us on the pros and cons that we need to do. Without wasting any further time, because today, most important is the discussion we want to extract from our stakeholders. Please guide us, let's discuss what is it that we need to do. We are going to move to the next item on the agenda. I'm the only one who's having this agenda. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda, the one that you've got there, it might be right, but the one that I've got is the correct one. Yes. So we are now going to move to the presentation. That presentation will then be presented by Mr. Disetso Mahele. Mr. Disetso Mahele is the Director in the Department under the Economic Development for Industrial Development. Mr. Disetso Mahele, there we go. Under the objective of, we need to share progress, strategic focus areas, and implementation roadmap with focus on industrial clusters. Over to you, sir.
Salutations, Program Director, Acting Head of Department, Indaba, the Chairperson of the Premier's Economic Advisory Council, Dr. Ben Musia, and his colleagues in the PEAC, the leadership of the Chambers of Commerce that are represented here, representatives of the development finance institutions, senior managers of the various government entities represented here, members of industry that are represented here, all protocol observed. My name is Disetso Mahele. I have got a very difficult task of trying to compress a very conclusive industrialization policy, which is 87 pages in total, in less than 20 minutes. I'm going to try and do that. Now let me. The outline of our presentation is very simple. We're just going to deal with the concept of industrialization that brings us here. Well, and then deal with the problem statement. Why must we resolve some of these challenges that we have? And take further in terms of the national industrial policy framework, the key proposals for our industrialization drive as a province, reflect on our own industrialization policy which brought us here, and look at the industrial cluster program that we have developed and conclude. But what is the context? What is the context of this presentation? What is the context of this session? And what is the context of this program that we are embarking upon? This presentation and this Indaba are not ends in themselves. They are just part of a broader program to drive a particular agenda. Flatman in 1902 wrote that without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. If we accept that indeed the state of our economy is at a point where it needs fundamental change, and if we accept that fundamental change is when we change something to change drastically from the position that it were before, it means that we really need to develop theories that will then guide us in terms of transforming the economy. I'll come back to this concept in the presentation. Industrialization. It might seem like a difficult concept, but it's not a difficult concept. It's just the process of ensuring that you transform the economy from the one that relies on agricultural raw materials to the one that actually value adds and beneficiates those particular sectors. Stay in Manaman, meaning how fella get that money out of our fat money in the Mrs. Sofani, Australia, high hotel, semi product to where they can shelter. That is what we want to do. But that transition is not an easy transition. We have seen it in terms of the Asian tigers of Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, where they deliberately transform their economies from being agrarian to those that are industrialized. It's not an easy process. This presentation argues that that process involves, amongst others, policy, legislative, and process changes by both the public and private sectors. This is where that revolutionary movement that Lenin spoke about. Because Lenin spoke about revolutionary movement. You need policy changes, number one. You need legislative changes, number two. You also need process changes, number three. Your CET, your to change things in terms of making sure that we change them. But equally, it says it must be by both the private and the public sectors, and that is why we're gathered here today. Now, what is the problem statement? The United Nations Industrial Development Organization, which is a statutory body of industrialization in the whole world, says that industrialization is arguably the most certain route to rapid, sustained, and sustainable economic development. But then it says, it argues that Africa as a continent, despite being endowed with mineral deposits, is at the bottom of the global value chain. Is its share of global manufacturing at only about 1.9%. It's an indictment on the leadership that you've got this mineral deposits, but your capacity to transition those resources from being raw materials to being processed goods is only at 1.9%. That is a problem, and that is why I say it's a problem statement. Now, between 2011 and 2013, manufactured goods made up only 80.5% of exports, while 62% of total inputs were goods that were manufactured elsewhere, meaning you're actually exporting job opportunities and you're complaining that Africa is poor. It has to be poor because we're exporting job opportunities elsewhere. The Free State contributes only 3.8% to the country's total manufacturing output, despite its resourcefulness and being at the center of the country. The manufacturing sector in the province contributes about 11%, and the Free State Growth and Development Strategy says no, we need it to increase to 30% by 2030. It's a problem statement. The Free State, as the HOD correctly stated in his opening remarks, has high levels of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. But those in itself, in order for you to resolve them, you have to interrogate them. Even though you speak about poverty, that poverty has got special. Somebody who's poor in Bloemfontein is not like somebody who's poor in Ritz. It has got spatial, racial, and gender contextuality. So when we try and resolve these issues, you must then be able to contextualize them in terms of groups. The industrialization policy that I'm going to deliver upon, we're just going to give you the background. Where do we come from as a department? In 2020, when MEC Makarumahali had just made his state of the department, as it takes a budget for statement, we developed what we then called the value chains economic transformation model. The purpose of that particular model was to try and link value chains of different sectors of the economy. For an example, the overall vision was to begin to say that if you have got a farm in Boshabelo that plants potatoes, that is primary agriculture. From the point of that potato to it becoming an actual timber chip on the shop floor, there are a number of value chains that it goes through storage, through transportation, through processing, through packaging, marketing. All those value chains need to be linked. And the overall purpose was to say we have to ensure that particularly emerging or historically disadvantaged individuals take advantage of those value chains through their enterprises, and also we localize production by making sure that there is local benefit. Now, in 2023-24, we then developed what we call the industrialization policy. We appointed a service provider called Semantic Solution, I think it's represented here in this session, to develop this particular policy on the basis of saying we understand the value chain economic transformation model, but in terms of what we need to see is a policy change. Then that policy identified a number of sectors that are of importance. Number one, agro-processing. Number two, steel and metal fabrication, clothing, textiles, leather, and footwear. As key sectors in the province, not to say other sectors are not important. You'll remember that the province, in terms of the sectors that are dominating the economy, is government as well as finance, which necessarily are not sectors that are, in terms of in the real production side of the economy. Now, these sectors, we say in the policy that they require strengthening through intergovernmental coordination. What the municipality is doing, what the province is doing, what the national is doing, needs to be correlated. Now, we also proposed in that policy, we're just giving you a holistic view, but we're going to deliberate on the key proposals, that there has to be some new activities to actually align some of these sectors like agro-processing with agri-tourism. I know that in 2023, I visited a farm there in Cape Town, where they actually produce or process apple into apple juice, apple cider plant. Part of the production of the work that they are doing there is what they call agri-tourism. People are able to go there and visit just to see how production happens. So we are able to link two sectors of the economy once we are producing. That is what we are proposing. Now, in the previous financial year, we developed a cluster development program, which then said, as part of implementing this industrialization policy, we have to identify industrial clusters in key sectors. We'll talk about those later. Now, pre-1994, our industrial development path was characterized by what is called an inwardly focused and uncritically protected domestic economy. The pre-1994 regime was interested in producing only for local consumers. So production was designed for local people at that time. However, since the new dispensation, the economy was opened, the effects of globalization, both inward and outward mobility of goods and services, has affected some of these things to a point where you find that the local production capability had to compete with the countries that were far advanced in terms of production. And this itself has created problems for our economy to a point where we then begin to become a consumer nation. Now, up until now, much of what is referred to as industrial financing or financing for industrialization appears to have been captured by what we refer to as capital-intensive and resource-based firms without sufficient links to their development and impact on the economy. So you'll find that most of the enterprises that were funded since 1994 were enterprises, for example, that were involved in massive steel or automotive production, but without necessarily having an impact on the local economy, because we failed to integrate local producers and manufacturers in terms of the value chain. So you find that a large corporation is able to get funding, but the spin-offs of that particular funding are not felt throughout the economy. Now, where do we come from in terms of the development of this policy that we developed? In 2007, the South African government developed what they call NIPF, National Industrial Policy Framework. But that framework is just a broader framework. Its implementation is done through what is called IPF, Industrial Policy Action Plan. Now, that NIPF seeks broadly to accelerate industrialization, economic diversification, and labor-absorbing growth, focusing on non-tradable goods, manufacturing, increasing value addition, and shifting away from reliance on commodities, which we said earlier is the basis of what industrialization refers to. Now, the policy that we developed as a province was based on that NIPF. We looked at the methodological design of the NIPF as well as the basic elements of the NIPF to develop our own policy. So the policy that we developed did not emerge from the air. It was based on what the NIPF refers to. Now, we found, in fact, it's common knowledge that geographically, in South Africa, economic activity is concentrated around centers, traditionally, that were funded previously in terms of industrialization in Durban, Cape Town, as well as Johannesburg, those areas. Much of the post-1994 industrial financing focused on those particular areas. That is why, even though we can be told that since 1994 we have spent 300 billion, someone from the States will ask you, where was this money spent? Where did it go? Because essentially it did not reach the intended beneficiary, and that is what we want to do away with in terms of this particular policy. Now, given the nature of the Free State and the structure of its economy, which is highly reliant on raw materials, as well as the particular need to see its industrial capacity and strength, there's a need for a deliberate industrial policy in the province. That's what we're arguing. But we're presenting this here and in the subsequent engagements that we have as to whether there is a need or not. So we are not imposing as government, as the HOD correctly said, government is creating a particular dialogue for discussion. This policy is not being imposed to society. We are facilitating a dialogue and a discussion, and we're saying, are we in the right track? If not, what are the reasons? Now, what are the key proposals that we're putting forward in terms of this industrialization policy? Madam Chair, if you can assist me with timekeeping. I have a tendency of forgetting. Thank you so much. I have a tendency of being taken over by debates. Now, the first item is what the Mepum line area in the directorate is responsible for, investment attraction. We say it's very crucial. In fact, it's the first step in terms of industrialization to focus on, but it must be focused. It must be focused investment. It must not be investment for its own sake. We said attraction of investment is crucial. Now, we agree and we accept that the Free State is home and is able to attract investments. We've got we supply significant portions of the nation's sorghum, sunflowers, potatoes, groundnuts, dried beans, wool. So we're competing internationally in terms of producing this. So it becomes easy for us to be an investment destination. But if you go to the National Investment Forum, that is not the case, and you ask yourself why. But these are some of the issues. The answers will come from us here. Now, in this particular stage, we're also indicating that we also inherited as the post-1994 government a plethora of industrial portfolio. For example, in the Free State, we know that we have the factories that are owned by the Free State Development Corporation in Zabelo, Tabanchu, and Kuchacha. We also have private sector-driven and led industrial portfolio in Industria, Sasolbe, and elsewhere. We have to think around those as investment destinations, but the modeling of that investment destination marketing must be modeled in such a way that locals are the primary beneficiary of that investment. Now, we look at the M3 as a transport powerhouse that can be able to link a number of provinces, and we're saying that in itself is an investment potential, but it needs to be exploited. How is it needed to be exploited? It's through these particular engagements and through ensuring that we also look at investment as not a standalone, but investment as part of a broader socio-economic and governance stability mechanism. Because I don't think there's anybody who would want to come and invest at my place when I have not even cleaned my own yard. It's important that we deal with those particular issues as a way of enhancing investment. So those discussions must be ongoing. Now, we are specific were saying Malta Coffin Special Economic Zone is our only special economic zone in the province. We were saying it needs to be revitalized. Yeah, both are now. But one more over bonus like this. But luckily, there are TV screens in the house, but we'll be able to share this presentation. Those who are interested can meet our colleagues there from DESTEA. We'll share both the presentation and the industrialization policy later. And as I said, we're just browsing through an 87-page document for the purpose of igniting discussions. So we're not going to be complex. We are not going to focus on the pitfalls of the SEZ. I think they are known. Everybody, when they get to the stage, when they speak about SEZ, they speak about its weaknesses, its failures. Is there anyone from SEZ? Remember, so then the FTC is here, which is the custodian of the SEZ. We are not going to talk about those pitfalls because most of them are historical and needs to be resolved. But what we need to focus on is the success metrics that this industrialization policy talks about. What are the potential successes and how can we gain those successes? And I'm not going to deal with these particular issues, but as a start, we are saying in terms of policy, we have to integrate the SEZ as a broader package, as part of a broader package of industrial, trade, and economic development policies. And this is a start. We don't want to find ourselves in a situation where SEZ is just looked as an isolated entity which has got its own board and it will look at its own issues and its own budget. It must be part of our own policy modeling and policy development as well as policy implementation. So this industrialization policy says SEZ must be part, must put it and put it as at the center. We are saying that if the strategy to do that is to promote exchange between the zone and domestic environment through both policy and administrative force, what are the success metrics that we anticipate better linkages with the local economy? So SEZ must not be an SEZ of Helsinki. It's not an SEZ of Helsinki. If you think of the economy in that way, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make policy mistakes. The special economic zone must be of the benefit of the entire Free State and other surrounding areas with spin-offs for everybody. So we need to explore those linkages. People must not see buildings only there of the SEZ. There has to be some better linkages. Somebody who's in Tiame, for an example, must then be having a relationship. Only one van. What role is that one van playing in terms of the special economic zone through its logistics value chain? That is what we are debating about. So there are quite a number of policy interventions that we have proposed here that I'm not going to dwell upon them, but we are saying let us locate the SEZ as part of our broader policy making mechanism. But also, there are other industrial development zones. SEZ is not the only industrial development zone. And the mistake that we as government make most of the time is to only speak about those publicly owned industrial development zones like Industrial Park in Tabanchu, Isabelo, Putershana, at the exception where we are now as an industrial zone. We were located as we speak, as we are speaking now, I think it was fortunate or a coincidence that we're speaking on an industrial zone. To what extent our policies deliberating in terms of this industrial zone, East End industrial zone, Naledi industrial zone, and so on and so on. So we also have to consider those industrial zones. So most of the businesses that are occupying these industrial zones operate within a number of industries like agro-processing, CTLF, chemicals, energy and green economy, and metal sector. But there is a high potential for the establishment of a metal plant, for example, of OEM part manufacturing and components in the Free State. Because of the Free State's locality, we have to take advantage of our locality. We spoke about the entry already, so there is that particular potential. And speaking with industry players here, I think those are some of the discussions that we need to have. Now, the challenge is where we need to talk about the rents and sales. Because we don't blend together. Private sector and public sector don't blend together. The DTIC, since 2018, spent about 50 million. Correct me when I'm wrong. Spent about 50 million to refurbish factories in Botshabelo and Indaba.
that refurbishment had positive and direct impact in terms of job creation, occupancy rates that are increasing, because people are now able to enter into factories. We have not, in that particular period, seen the role of private sector financing in that regard. That is, I'm just putting it bluntly here for the floor. Us as a department with a small budget, I think the DESTEA has got the second smallest budget in the Free State province, provincial government, and that's an indictment. So, with our small budget, we have actually spent about 12 million since 2023 in terms of refurbishing those small factories. And we'll talk about some of those factories that we've done, but also positive impacts that we've realized. Now, the industrial cluster development, that they take over your one. Will assist us in this regard. Now, while industrial clustering is a fairly new concept, it's a fairly new concept only in terms of it's been recognized in economic literature. But it's not a fairly new concept in terms of its implementation. Industrial clustering is always been there. For example, if you look at the Asian tigers themselves, Singapore, Taiwan, when they said we want to reindustrialize our economies, they did not come with something new. Already there were conglomerates, either family conglomerates or conglomerates of royal conglomerates, like the royal in the West, who already had capital, machinery, land. Now, what those countries did, they took advantage of those conglomerates. Now, in modern terms, you can think of those conglomerates as clusters. So they took those conglomerates and they forced them through legislation and forced them to work together for the benefit of the economy. Because one of the concepts of basic elements of economy is economies of scope and economies of scale, doing more with less. I'm going to produce only 3 apples. But if you look at that choman, at least that becomes a particular cluster in a particular industry, then we're then able to produce more and enter into the market. That is why they're dominating us in Singapore today. Because delivery did not come out of nowhere. Now, so that's why I say, even though they are a new method, but they have been utilized elsewhere. In fact, even now, there are clusters that just emerge without government intervention, out of their own. People who just operate, they find themselves in a particular area as people who are dealing with just chisanyama, and you'll find that it's a queue of people who are dealing with chisanyama. They're just organizing themselves in that area. They're able to share market because people know that when I go to that area, I get stationed in Brand. So they're operating themselves in that area. It's a clustering, it's an industrial clustering method, and we need to take advantage of that. And as government, we are unable to lead it from the front. It must be private sector driven. In terms of our own mechanism, we have benchmarked with clusters in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape in particular, and Gauteng. That is where the clustering method has been perfected. We looked at KZN clothing and textile cluster, eThekwini furniture cluster, Green Cape. We don't know what Green Cape is a cluster, Cape clothing and textile cluster, and so on. So based on the cluster program, we then resolved as a department that we are going to pilot clothing, textiles, leather, and footwear in our province. Well, many of us who grew up in Butsabe would know that when you grew up, the industrial firms there were a source of much employment and economic activity at that time. And people were then able to get particular jobs. So we already have this industrial portfolio that is there. We already have people who have been working in these factories. You already have human capacity, and you have unemployment, and you need low-skilled level people. You don't need technicians. So what is it that we can do? So CTLF presents that particular opportunity. That is why we then piloted CTLF. Now, we developed the first club, or we facilitated, not we developed, it was developed by those entrepreneurs there. We facilitated the development of the first cluster of the Free State since 1994, the Agua Textiles cluster in 2005, Its headquarters are at Agrimark factory. Agrimark is a factory where different people who are producing different garments are in a particular factory, operating in different cubicles. They were operating informally. Everyone was doing things for themselves and so on. But we said it would be better for you if you are better organized, so that when financing and other forms of support come, they are then able to assist you as a collective. And when you want to access markets through whether it's Woolworths or the Jet Group, then we are able to access that as a group. So then we said, let us assist you to be organized. And we assisted them to be organized. So we have got small and medium enterprises that are operating in that particular cluster. We are already assisting them in terms of making sure that they get more assistance. For example, we found that they need business management support on an ongoing basis. Because those clusters that we identified, that the KZN cluster, they're like KZN cluster, they've got their own business management companies that are assisting them. So on an ongoing basis, we are assisting them. What else in terms of this cluster? So the Savannah Textile cluster is anticipated to be facilitated this year. I'm being reminded of time. Now, the third area of key proposals for industrialization in the policy is the sector strategies and implementation. In 2020 again, the Free State, the DESTEA developed 10 sector master plans. And we said these master plans must not actually be in a shelf. So we're in the process to ensure that, in fact, this policy was based on those sectors. So we're saying developing those sectors through sector strategies will assist us to go far. We also looked at the area of industrial financing. I refer to industrial financing pre and post 1994, and we are saying that it will be important that we explore and implement innovative mechanisms for access to financing. Private-public partnership arrangements must also include strategic collaborations where economies of scale and scope can be achieved. We also spoke about the issue of blended finance as a way of enhancing the quality of partnerships. And then we thought that because manufacturing itself is not like other sectors, you need large capital to start. There is a need for you to ensure that you customize financing for startup enterprises. Now, since in education for industrialization, you need skilled personnel to ensure that you get quality goods. So we said that through our teams and CETAs, we need to make sure that we bolster the labor force capacity to produce. And I'm happy that we have Moteo, someone from Moteo who is going to make a presentation with regard to their intervention in that regard. Now, the issue of competition policy and regulation, we always said that the tendency of bigger and larger corporations of swallowing smaller corporations or antitrust or anti-competitive behavior in itself is a disincentive for those who want to start business. So competition policy must be influenced, and as a province, we continue to make our inputs in terms of making sure leveraging public expenditure. Public sector is the largest consumer of goods and services, and we have to make sure that we leverage it. But that needs to be targeted, and that is why it must be in a policy, so that when it's a policy, we're able to instruct the board, the provincial government through the treasury in terms of procurement. Industrial upgrading, firms must then be able to upgrade their manufacturing methods and mechanisms, both in terms of innovation, but also in terms of technical capacity as part of the policy that we actually propose. The issues of increase of investment in green economies by promoting economic sustainability. This includes local job creation and the reuse of waste, such as using biological waste for compost, for example. That is one area that we're proposing. Finance and services to small enterprises. Now you have this small people who are operating in a garage or somewhere. They don't have access to finance, they don't have access to financial services, and they have to go to Capitec, they have to go to Mashonisa. We then say that must be unlocked. Without a policy trajectory and a regulatory method to assist these particular people, they forever remain informal, and that in itself is a disincentive. We also propose that stockpiles should be used. We conclude that the Free State industrialization policy provides a detailed analysis of those manufacturing sectors, and we say that, as indicated in the objectives, the achievement of compact stakeholder participation, they actually spoke about this. compact stakeholder participation of this forum in all identified centers is at the core of the key success factors of the policy. And my apologies for speaking for too long.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Madam Makali a round of applause again. Thank you, Madam Makali, for the detailed presentation, for unpacking the industrialization policy for us. As we now moving swiftly, Madam Makali paved the way, and it links very clear with the key areas that we want to touch base on today. As we are moving now forward, I would like the media team to assist me to rearrange the stage. We will be having 5 members in a panel. Advocate Jonas Musia, if you can kindly join me here, as I will be handing over to you. Advocate Jonas Musia will then be assisting us with the conducting of the panel. And on that element, I will call upon our panelist, our acting HOD. He's calling for an attention, please, our colleagues. I think HOD. As we are then moving forward, I'm going to call upon, I spoke about earlier, key people that are so relevant in the topic of today. The Free State Province last year saw it deemed fit, the administration that we are currently at, saw it deemed fit to appoint a council, a Free State Economic Advisory Council. Expertise that will then look at a Free State Province with an eagle eye, plan with the Free State, advise the Free State, specifically on economic matters. So the first one that we'd like to call upon on stage is Dr. Den Musia. Dr. Musia, we pride ourselves for his leadership in that advisory committee, because yes, we have been previously seeing where we're going, but with the intervention, welcome Doctor, with the intervention, really the light is becoming brighter on a daily basis. So Doctor, he's a chairperson of the Free State Economic Advisory Council, and then we move forward. As we move forward, we need academians in this space. My current HOD and my colleague, previous speakers, they echoed so loud in an element of us having partnerships. So, I would like to call Professor Johan Kutzier from the University of the Free State. You're welcome, Professor. Some round of applause, please. As and when you're moving forward. Okay. Yes, indeed, the people that are participating in the space of the factories or industries, we've got our third key speaker, which is the CEO for Tepcan Investment, Mr. Demodioma. May you please join us on the stage. You're welcome. Indeed, in our different spheres or in our different levels of academics, we would like to have our acting center manager. We're working very close with them on an entrepreneurship development of our MSMEs. Our acting center manager, Mr. Laru Nazikwe, he's from Uteo TVET College, and he is at the space of entrepreneurship and rapid incubation. Thank you, sir. Keep on that fella. Kiska. Keep on that fella. I will never allow this. IDC, we've got our provincial manager from IDC, Free State provincial manager from IDC. Okay, so yeah, from my side, let me then hand over to the advocate. Thank you very much. Okay, this one is going to be the roving one.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Nanza. You did give me a round of applause, Nanza. I normally tell people that I must be giving a round of applause at the beginning, so that even if I actually get out of the way, I will have got my own round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm actually off balance. During my school days, how much time do you have? I was saying I'm good of balance because during my school days, there's something that I liked so much. It was called, particularly during exam time, it was called a scope. So I was so much in love with the scope because it made my job very easy. So I was given a scope, I was told that there would be down, supreme chicken, and I spent an inordinate amount of time preparing some questions for them. Now they're not. By the way, I never cleaned it. My chair is not sitting there like that. Others are having comfortable chairs. Mine is there. So it's not so comfortable. So now they are not here. Anyway, so this is how we are going to start. Let me observe the protocol that has been established. The HOD has gone out. When he comes back, please let him know that I've recognized him in terms of the protocol that has been established. So thanks, Dadima Khele. And Dadima Khele has presented some scary picture. And the economy of the Free State is actually working on its head, because it's anchored not by what is supposed to be anchoring the economy of the Free State. It's actually anchored by financial services. And it's leading by a very huge margin. And other sectors trade, those non-tradable sectors, that's what the market is actually saying. So the policy that he has drafted in this team is about ensuring that the economy of the Free State works on its feet. And this panel of very knowledgeable people is going to help us to enrich that policy. So they are going to start, and then maybe at the later stage you will also be given some opportunity to also take a line, because the more the better. I will ask some questions after this, but I just want to take liberty by starting first with the panelists. And I'm going to start with Dr. Dan Musia. Not because he's Musia, and then by the way, this came, we're not related. And I see another Musia there, Samangay. So not that we are related. Oh, there's another Musia as well. So it will be that Dr. Dan Musia, Chairperson Free State Economic Advisory Council, just give us his views insofar as industrialization policy is concerned. He has been listening very actively. So he'll give us his take, and then we'll all be noting and make follow-up questions. And then the Iwoma, I think that is in other members, another man from Temcan Investments. And I'm also giving them an opportunity. In my meetings, I give people an opportunity for free advertisement. So they will just have tools of business. Just tell them, ask about themselves. And then we'll have the University of the Free State, Professor Kotse, and then we'll have Moshe that they from Moshe, and then from the IDC. In that order. I'm not going to ask any question for now. Maybe they'll just make some reflections about what has been presented by Dr. Matthew. Yes. Thank you very much. Dr. Musia.
Thank you, Program Director, and fellow panelists and delegates, and the rest of everybody who's here. Good morning. My name is Dan Musia. Indeed, I am the chairperson of the Premier's Office for Economic and investments in particular, because that's where my interest is. So we are advising the Minister. I've got other colleagues who are here. Mr. Musevenzi is here, who is also a member of the Council. We also have, I think, Ndate Mohali sitting right at the back there, Makalo Mohali. These are the two members of Council that we're having today. So by all means, I may not necessarily be able to answer all the questions, I'll defer some of the questions to them in the event that these questions are too difficult for me as the chair. Colleagues, I think the program director had said, maybe very briefly, who am I? I am an entrepreneur back and forth. We are no. I have been the commercial executive at VETS for 18 years, attracting investments and ensuring that we are able to train students and create that stream income. I'm a farmer at heart, core. I'm currently farming down in Bainsplay on 1,500 hectares. I produce maize, sunflower, peanuts, and pickles. For my sins, I went over down to the Western Cape, where I'm also producing wine grapes and table grapes. We're very fortunate this year to export table grapes for the first time. All that went to Europe. So the rest of what is happening in the US luckily did not affect us that much, despite the fact that the rent is getting very strong, by the way. But also despite the fact that the winds were not allowing us to get the grapes as quicker and early as it's supposed to be. By the way, the grapes, when you harvest them, the same temperature that you harvested them has to arrive in the supermarkets in the US at the same temperature. So, as I was listening and the presentation that was made, one key area that I think we need to look at, because that's our biggest investment. The people are our biggest investment, and I didn't hear that coming out strong. Colleagues, and I'm sure my colleague here will indicate that training for the future work is very important. You're talking about automation, you're talking about AI, you're talking about digitalization. These are the key aspects that has to be looked at. I'm mentioning this precisely because if we were to commercialize our manufacture, we need to produce at scale. And these elements that I've mentioned are the ones that, these are the tools that makes us ready to produce in scale. I'm talking producing in big numbers. Unless you are able to do that, you can't be competitive in the space. The question that I have, and that I am advising, is that the first thing is that we need to invest in our own people. We need to reskill them. We need to ensure that they're able to understand where the market is going, to understand what is it that they have to do to be competitive. What I've seen in a number of slides that were mentioned here, and quite appropriately, that the cluster model is being adopted and many other options that are there. But it would appear to me that we seem to be training our people, or rather opening up these clusters and these factories and so forth for small scale. And if we're talking about real manufacturing, we can't be talking about small arrangements that are there. They do not serve the purpose. We need to begin to think big. We need to begin to think north, not only in South Africa, producing the textile issues and all the other things that are being produced. My concern, and which is what I'm hoping that this Indaba will come out with, is ensuring that we are able to ensure that our factories, that manufacturing, be it anything, if we were to produce candles, we must produce millions of candles. Look at what China is doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lucia. Maybe still on that. Where is that matter? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I thought you should be closer here. All right. Oh, fantastic. All right. Reskilling. Okay, it's part of the mix. You've said it. Okay, skills for the economy, but the emphasis is that for future jobs. All right. If that element is not there, let's have it. All right. You have emphasized scope and skill. and the doctor is agreeing with you. All right? Scope and scale. Let's go big. But Doc, I just want to ask one question. We have the necessary technology to help us to achieve that. So far as what I said.
Indeed, we do have the technology. The question is, are we alive to the technology? Are we taking up the opportunities that are being brought up by these technologies? I think that's the question in the House. My point is that it would appear that for some reason, we seem to be on an ongoing basis looking this way when the world is going this way. Whether we are afraid, or we are scared, or we hope to achieve scale through manual labor and other things, I'm not too sure why. So the issue for me is that we have to embrace that advocate, and we need to move with speed. The world is not waiting for us. We need to move with speed, adjust, be adaptable, agile, and take up these opportunities. And we seem not to do that. And I'm saying that is the biggest challenge that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think you all okay, Professor Utse, we are listening. Maybe let's give Dr. Indaba first. So I'll come back to you. The issue of technology, innovation, very key. What is the role of the institutions of higher learning that they do as well as they are listening? But first, that is all.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dumela Maraif. Good. My approach, I'm going to concentrate on the textile and clothing industry in the Free State. In other words, my approach is based on three things. The requirement for manufacturing, which we all know, the challenges, and what can be done at the government level. I must actually compliment the MEC and his team for organizing this gathering. It is really important and long overdue. As I indicated, I'm going to look at the requirements of manufacturing, challenges, and what can be done. I'm sure you all know how does a triangle look like. It has got three angles. Angle 1, Cape Town. Angle 2, Gauteng. Angle 3, Durban. Where do we find ourselves? In the middle of nowhere. That is at the center of this triangle. And then we ask ourselves, where are the things happening in terms of, industrialization? We are a rural province. And being a rural province, one would expect too much, or one would expect the government to be proactive in terms of assisting us. We are called CMT, cut, make, and trim factories. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a good business. It's a rubbish of a business, which has been developed by some people sitting there at the bargaining council. Remember, we have a big employer association together with the big unions, which makes decisions for us. So the requirements of manufacturing, first of all, colleagues have indicated capital, skilled labor. What we are doing in terms of our factory, Tapcan investment. Our factory is based in Botshabelo. We are a manufacturing company, but we are also dealing with the training of unemployed youth with regard to skills training. We have been accredited by FPM-CETA to do this process. So as we go on, we report continuously to FPM-CETA because we follow their curriculum. Also, the other requirements, access to markets. Access to markets is very, very critical. Access to market and material. Very, very critical. The infrastructure that is in place, consumer demand, and where we are sitting. We are really consuming what is being produced in Cape Town, Durban, and Cape Town, and so forth. We produce little towards what we consume. So also the other important thing is business ethics. When you read the policy is great. And I think colleagues who came after us, they did a very good job by developing this policy. But it touched upon business ethics and so forth. And also let us just don't think that business ethics is applicable to the public sector. Private sector, maybe that is where the problem starts. So these are the requirements for a good manufacturer. But let me come to the challenges that are facing us, which is very, very important. Obviously, in terms of capital, you go to big financing institutions. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues are here that we've been interacting on. One of the key things they will ask you whether are you bargaining council compliant. You know, like I said, the decision is being taken there at the bargaining council, because the bargaining council, what they do, they divide the country into just two areas, metro and non-metro. Cape Town, Durban, and Joburg metro. The rest is history. Those people, they will make decisions with the wage determination and so forth. When they finish doing that, they approach our government. Department of Labor, go and extend this into everybody. Yeah? As a result, you find that most of the factories, we don't comply in terms of the requirements of that wage determination and so forth. And it is just unfortunate, some of the financial institutions, they have accepted what the bargaining council are saying to say, whoever wants finances, ask them whether they comply. So these are the challenges whereby we need our government intervention and so forth. And what I realize is that there is a huge gap how our government operates and us at the operational level. It is a big gap. Why I'm saying this is that there is no one who is actually dedicated to see to it that we are actually properly empowered in order to exercise or in order to execute certain functions. Let me just give you one example, because as we know that the public sector is the main consumer of goods and services. One would rely too much with us at the center, the factories. We rely too much on the support from the government. But there's a problem within our own government. I've talked about ethics, we know what is happening. But secondly, the most important thing is that I think the Department of Health, as well as SASA, which is part of social development, they have discovered that, this thing of quotation is not working and so forth. Somebody came up with a proactive thinking to say, let's have a 3-year contract or a 5-year contract. Let's come to SASA. SASA before they used to give, small companies or cooperative, quotations on school uniform and so forth. It was a big business for those small companies in the sector. But now they've changed the approach, which is good, to come up with an idea of having a 3-year contract. What happened to that? You won't believe what I'm going to tell you. This 3-year contract will be re-advertised for the 5th time. I mean, I've worked for education for a long time. I don't even remember on a single time where we have to re-advertise a tender. Because first of all, a receiving or a requesting unit, they will do a good analysis as to what they want. And that process has been taken to different committees up to the highest level. And when the HOD signs this, it means it's a proper document. So what I'm trying to say is that with SASSA, I'm not sure whether do we have qualified people to understand what the market needs, or we've got vested interest. Let's go to health department. Initially, they used to procure from big companies. Fortunately, when I was with DESTEA, I went to Cape Town to visit some factories. I was shocked in one of the factories because I did not tell the owner who am I. They were producing uniform for Free State nurses. That was their core business. That guy said, no, I'm just like this because of the Free State government. The very same government which is allergic to assist us. And I'm sorry to say that because I think we must tell the truth. Because economic development, they want to realign their policies and so forth. And when we look at the policy, I mean, it doesn't say much about the textile, clothing, and industry and so forth, or the challenges that we're talking about. The other challenge that I would like to mention is that there's this concept of localization. Hey, I think DTI is here. They are driving this process, but I don't understand what they mean by localization. Or somebody sitting there doesn't know what localization is all about. Because when just go to Game or any of these retailers, just pick up a simple t-shirt or shirt and then look at the label, where it is made. Made in China or India and so forth. At some stage, I realized that some of my products ended up with Game. Then I talked to somebody she was a sourcing manager at Massmart. This lady was really funny because she knew who we were. So until I communicated with the CEO, Mish, then Mish gave an instruction to the vice president, because those, they call them vice president, he's the vice president for gaming. I explained to him what are my problems and so forth. Apparently, he scolded the sourcing manager. Now it was me with the sourcing manager. So the sourcing manager told me, okay, fine, before you can do that, produce a sample for this simple t-shirt. I did. Then after I said, what price do you put? I said, maybe about 35, 36. And I said, no. That is too much. Where we procure, we pay 27 Rand for this t-shirt. Mind you, with me, to produce that t-shirt, to buy the fabric, is going from Hammarsdale in KZN. 1 meter cost me 30 Rand. Before talking about transportation, manufacturing, about payment of this, all my costs. So ultimately, I realized that, I'm just wasting my time. So what I'm trying to say is that DTI, our own government, there's so much things that we can do, but those things are not being done. Those retailers, they don't buy from us because they got cheaper from India or China and so forth. So these are some of our challenges. So what can be done? We expect the Free State government to be proactive in terms of empowering us. We don't talk about handouts. We talk about the real empowerment. When a department or an agency of the government advertises a tender, we must know that that tender is going to happen. Not what is happening with SASSA, not what is happening with the Department of Health, because we have tendered the past 3 years, apparently still in the evaluation. And remember some of the requirements of them. They want us to have what you call a capability report. Where can a small company or a cooperative get a capability report? Because a capability report is being generated by those agencies, including SMEs. So I'm sure my time is over. So what I'm trying to say is that the other problem is that, social development, they emphasize the cooperatives over private companies. And they don't even develop those cooperatives up to, a particular, all of them, most of them is primary. But remember which cooperative, you can group them to form a secondary cooperative. A group of secondary cooperative can become, a tertiary cooperative. So these are some of the developments that needs to happen. But our own government, it is not assisting the small companies to develop.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was a little bit generous because I think you were actually raising serious problems, particularly as they relate to the support that we have to give as government. So I didn't want to stop you lest I am perceived as not wanting to hear those challenges. But it's a cry for another appointment with the debate and the team, maybe, to engage further insofar as those challenges are concerned. I'll come back to you, but we have run out of time, because I wanted to check. I hope by financial institutions that follow the bargaining council's rules blindly. It's not by implication the IBC. I hope not. I hope not. But I would want to check with you whether, because there is a room for exemption. All right? But I've actually tried that as well, but we'll come back to that. Let's now give the opportunity to, and Dr. Musia and Nade Mohade, those people who have powers in the council, they are also listening to what we actually said. It's said, right? If the necessary youth for a free state would be produced elsewhere, 1,000 plus kilometers, and it's really sad. Okay, Dr. Kotse, you've been listening very attentively, and I would love to understand really, why are we being out-competed by China insofar as the clothing and textile industry is concerned? Dr. Musia says, no, we have technology. Technology is there. That's my serious concern there. Okay, Doc, as Professor, can proceed.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I can just start off by giving a bit of background where I'm involved. I'm the chairperson of the Department of Economics and Finance at the university, and in the department we have several focus areas of research: development economics, labor economics. We've even got a chair in spatial economics, and there is another chair in our business school that focuses on agribusiness and innovative financial solutions for small businesses. So whilst I was listening to the former speaker and having gone through the report, it was music to my ears, because we speak to so many aspects of the challenges raised in the report. And I want to say, in my 25 odd years in academia, this is the first time that there has been an invite to such an event, which saddens me on the one hand, but also excites me on the other, because we have reached a point now where the talk shop is over, as was mentioned earlier. We just cannot afford to just talk. I think as a country we've got a legacy of having wonderful policies. We can go right back to the beginning of 94, wonderful policies, the problems are not related to the policies. The problems are related to the implementation of the policies. And if I listen to the words that have been spoken today, engagement comes through very strongly, and I'm excited about that. But I want to challenge government, I want to challenge industry, speaking on behalf of academia, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the CUT as well, and all the other educational institutions that are represented here today. I want to challenge all of us to really take hands. On behalf of the university, and who I represent and what I represent, it's not only the expertise or the knowledge base from my colleagues as professors, as specialists in their respective fields, it's also the students. It's those employees that you will employ in industry as government in the next couple of years. I am responsible at this point in their careers to equip them with the skills that you need, that industry needs, that the world needs. And we are at a time now where we are faced with an environment that is changing at a rapid pace. The skills are changing at a rapid pace. We don't have the luxury of sending students out into the world that think the way we thought 5 or 10 years ago. They have to be critical thinkers, so they've got to think on their feet, and they must adopt this mindset of continuous development. This mindset of continuous lifelong learning is the way that they have to approach it. So we take it very seriously, and I'm sure at the university, Dr. Dan, when you're involved or previously involved, we know in the world of academia, if we do not address this, we are going to be even further behind the 8 ball. You know, if you think of, sorry, I'll take it, give me a few more minutes. If you think of studies that have been done in South Africa, there was a study done in 2016 where 79% of maths teachers do not have the level of understanding in mathematics to the grade 6 learners that they teach in South Africa. That is a scary, scary finding. And when you think of where the world is heading towards in terms of the focus on STEM subjects, in economics, it's a requirement to have mathematics. We take it very seriously that those graduates that apply, we give them the channels to get those skills and eventually enter our program. Because I can tell you one thing, having been involved with these young students, when they're 18, 19 years old, they are keen to learn and they want to make a difference. They get disillusioned here when they enter the workplace because many of them don't get jobs because of structural problems in our economy from the workplace point of view. So, before I answer the question on China, we have to realize that we are at a crossroads now. If we don't take hands, if we don't work together, I foresee us going further behind the 8 ball. In terms of China, I mean, the short answer to this, I mean, we can sit and debate this topic the whole day, and I don't want to take too much time, but really, at the end of the day, you can boil it down to factors around productivity, everyone defines that. Of course, labor market power, the inflexibility of labor markets, which we can understand from a structural point of view and a historical legacy point of view in South Africa. Those are very real vested interest groups in our economy, which one understands. So, and a central theme that I've picked up just hearing my colleagues speak here is that we need to be a lot more flexible. But we need to set the terms within the parameters of where we are as a world and how this world is changing. If I can identify 3 core themes that I think the industrialization report focuses on, is sustainability, innovation, and skills development. Me as the custodian, colleagues here involved in higher education and schooling, primary, secondary education. We are the custodians of developing those skills, developing the future worker that is ready for the world of work out there. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen, it's not easy. Because what it implies is we as universities, if I can speak on behalf of the universities, we have to be flexible. But we know that universities and the public sector at large are very difficult, inflexible organizations that change direction very slowly, very bureaucratic, etc. And I understand the issues around governance, of course. But we have to realize that the world is becoming increasingly more agile. We have to respond quickly. So, in conclusion, I look forward to debating this, but I look forward even more so to let's knuckle down. Like my old professor used to say, when he gave me feedback on my PhD, we've got to get our hands dirty. The time for talk is over. And on behalf of the university, on behalf of my department, my cardiologist told me I've got a heart problem, so I don't know how long I'm still going to be here. But you have my commitment that what I deliver you as the young graduates of the future, I will do all I can. I can tell you so many success stories of students that are getting their master's degrees in European countries. They're not coming back. That skill's not coming back. But there are those that want to come back. What are we doing to encourage them to come back? Thank you very much.
Hello. You are essentially echoing what was once said by Professor Beck. He also said something along those lines. We have a lot of policies, good ones, but when it comes to implementation, it's a different story. Even emphasized, very sadly was invited. He emphasized the fact that if we want investment, let's fix the municipalities. I thought, Saka would also be here. Okay, we have run seriously out of time. I'm going to give it that Tzigwe, and then we'll end with IDC, and then I'll make some few comments, and then we'll hand over to you, Chairperson. Please, I know I don't want to direction because I can sense that we are very comfortable. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And it's now in the afternoon, so good afternoon, Madam Mikai. So again, my name is Maru Matzigwe, and I work at the Muteo Ultimate College Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubating. So in short, this basically means I'm sort of the intersection between skills development, entrepreneurship development, and just taking SMEs from survival to self-sustainability. Chairperson, I want to open with our theme, which says driving industrial development and inclusive growth in the Free State. I so wish the introduction would have added the word access. Access. When you take someone who's earning 1,000 rand in a particular community, and we look at the rotation or how many times or for how long that 1,000 rand stays in that community. In South Africa, it's around 2 times. Now, for that 1,000 rand to make impactful economic growth in that particular community, it has to circulate at a minimum of around 5 times, which will give you about 5,000 rands of economic activity in that community. So this is no different from what we see in our public sector organizations when we keep using the same institutions or the same organizations and we are not creating access because the money goes to the same players. Now I say that to come to this very interesting point. I was watching a session here, Indaba, and he was explaining the impact of what grants have done in terms of consumer spending in South Africa. So when we're talking about grants, we refer to NFSAS, which is the student aid. We look at the basic income grant. We look at different sets of pockets from social development. Now, what he picked up in this is that the economic spending in South Africa, for the first time in South African history, has shifted to the black child. What does this mean? It means that every single month in South Africa, 64% of consumer spending is done by the middle to the lower class end. It's done by black people. But the question then becomes, Mara, if most of the consumption spending, because people are getting these grants and all of this, is done by black people, why is the economy not growing? Then it brings us to sort of why we are here, which is the industrialization or the necessity of industrialization. Because the consumption, we were KFC, we were ShopRite. So if you put it in a practical picture, how could it fair? Government is the mechanism so that the money can come to us, we get the money. And then we take that money, we give it back. How? Through buying from ShopRite, through buying from KFC and all of these institutions. And this type of behavior doesn't drive economic growth. So what can we do and how can we look at ways to ensure that this rent stays in the township? This is very important because this is how we can drive industrialization in our province. Now, I just wanted to open with that KCMA. So what is happening at the TVET level and how is Motheo TVET College or the TVET sector contributing to drive economic growth? So in the TVET space, we have QTCO, which is responsible for accrediting programs. What QTCO realized is that we have a longer turnaround time in terms of developing new modules. This means if we want to create a program for toilet paper manufacturing, it's going to take us about 2-3 years to create that manual, the program, and all of that. So QTCO has developed now these occupational programs which can be completed within a space of 3 to 6 months. So the program can be ready to be administered within 3 to 6 months. TVET colleges are now shifting from native programs to occupational programs. And the rationale for that is because students, industry complained about the competency levels of students and them not being able to meet industry needs with regards to what is required in the workspace. So now with occupational programs, it means that from an industrial point of view, TVET colleges are ready to offer you skills and labor. They're ready to offer you labor of students because now students will be moving in a rotational process. It's sort of the olden styles TVET of Ambachs. In the olden times, what would happen in South Africa is that people in construction would go to construction sites during the day, and in the afternoon, or the overalls and go to classes. And this is how skills were developed in South Africa. So now it will be moving in a form of 3 to 6 months, where if we've got a hairdresser and you've got a salon in the township, we can take our students maybe on Fridays to your site so that they can get practical learning. This equals savings for you as a business in terms of labor costs. This equals skills development for the student involved in that process. So I'm going to close it with this point, and this speaks to our policy framework that was developed. I would maybe put this, I don't know if it's a provocation or more of a suggestion, because in South Africa we do have that sort of thinking that we develop policies and we never see them get implemented. So our movement normally is concept, policy, and then we pilot. How about we consider concept, pilot, and then policy? Now, this style of approach is similar to technology and how technology is built. Technology is built off the feedback loop. When you're on Facebook, when you're on Netflix and all of that, they are looking at your behavior, and through your behavior, they are building that platform. That's why you are hooked into it. So if we could consider in terms of now how to get policies radically implemented, maybe we need to just switch those two from a policy to pilot and then development. Because when you do a pilot in a township, I mean, the business taking out communication, and people are selling things, we've got containers, stands. And what we do as government, because I'm also a public sector representative, we impose our policies and all of those things. How about, instead of having business in here, we can see there's a pipe crossing the road, like a car wash. So the pipe is crossing the road because we have electricity beside and all of that. So we can see there's a need. Instead of trying to understand the contextualized or the contextual position of the SMME and trying to put resources that are developmental in that instance. Because what we do is we rather say, our channel one the rules our channel, no. We're doing it wrong. And we need to get uncomfortable if we want to do it right. Let's try and understand what's the need. Because this person is helping us already. How collecting grant? So that's a positive for us. They're doing something. So instead of making things difficult for them, let's see if we can talk to Cedric to see if we can drive a pilot to bypass the bylaws and all of those long processes. No, we are piloting something. And then remove electricity. Let's see what happens. Thank you.
Fantastic. I like that emphasis on that positive, feedback loop. Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much. And then at least you are practicalizing that question of skills. But I think we need more partnerships with the private sector, so that at least what you produce is what they usually need. Thank you. IDC, funding.
Yes. Good day, everyone. I'm Mimi Mhlaso. I'm the regional manager for the IDC, the Free State province. Yes, indeed, Dr. Musia, that the IDC's contribution to the policy will then talk to access to funding. So the IDC is quite an old institution, but with continuous learning. I think for us, we call it the balanced scorecard, where we would get that feedback from our clients to hear where we need to maybe update ourselves and upgrade our products and our services, just so we are always or close to being current to what the market needs. So we provide funding from 1 million rand to 20 million rand. That's the mandate of the region. But throughout the IDC, our maximum funding that we offer is 1 billion rand. I have never seen a transaction that's 1 billion rand in value. But that's what we market, and we see that through projects that the IDC has been involved in. We can mention the likes of Sasol, ArcelorMittal, Amco, and so on. So you will understand that it's big transactions and investments that the IDC has made. But this specifically talks then to the topic of today, and I heard Dr. Musia talking about scaling, and that would obviously require a lot of funding, and that's how the IDC's I think mandate comes across, because for an example, in the poultry space, the IDC would have specifications to say if you are producing below a certain number of say, chickens below 500,000 per cycle, in terms of layers below a certain number of eggs, per day or per cycle, then the IDC cannot assist you with funding. That talks to the scaling that has been spoken about a lot. And I think my mind is all over because colleagues kept tapping to what the IDC does in terms of manufacturing and processing. Indeed, we cannot achieve the industrialization if we do not add value to whatever that we produce or to whatever that is a raw material in our country or in our province even. And I think it talks also to the issue of for business people, or maybe even debt. I had, and I don't know, specifies people that he listens to, but my understanding is that you cannot make money from the money that you make in your business alone. So you cannot scale up only from your profits. At some point and level, you will need to get involved and get debt to grow your business to get to a certain level. And that's where the IDC comes in, especially for existing businesses. So profits alone are not enough to scale you up to a level that can be industrialized. That's how I'm marketing my institution. But it also makes sense that you cannot produce at a certain level for a long time, then you are not seeing growth in your production or in your business capabilities. I'm mentioning this, colleagues and everyone, because the IDC's money is so cheap. I'm struggling to relate it most of the time, and I will do this through examples that the transaction that we funded now, that we have an approval for, Dr. Msia, it's in the agri space. The lady is producing whatever she's producing on a 2-hectare farm. She started with SIFA, DESTEA got involved at some point, but now for her to grow to the next level, she needs IDC's money. I'm mentioning this because the funding that the lady will be getting from the IDC is rated at 0 interest. So the lady will be getting the money, but we will not be getting any interest towards the money that we are borrowing to that person. So I want people to start not fearing taking debt, and also to understand that in most cases, especially with the DFIs, our funding comes very cheap. We have, my colleague Lebu will make a presentation of IDC's products and services later on, but you will see that we have a client in Belgium that I also want to come to the point of the own contribution, or what learned colleagues would say, skin in the game, and there are many other terms being used. But we funded the project for 24 million rands, and of that, 40% is a grant. So I'm trying to punt the issue of cheap money that comes from the DFIs through our government initiatives. If you are creating jobs, if you are in a rural area, and Dr. Goma has mentioned that Free State is somewhere in between, so if we are not a metro, obviously we are somehow a rural area. So that comes to our advantage. Because then it tenders what we borrow from the DFIs to come very cheap because of our location. It places us in an advantage. I also wanted to say that I think for the success of this, and indeed I'm grateful to be here, and I'm already identifying potential clients for the IDC that we can consider providing funding to. But I wanted to say that for the success of this whole thing, and I'm glad I'm here with the panel of gentlemen that are from different institutions, but this talks to the collaborative effort that we need to do as the province. And I'm glad that the acting HOD mentioned that the MEC says, German action, we've been camera lights, but let's act on this and start making things to happen. Over and above what we would do when we provide funding, Dr. Msia, just briefly, we also have a grant portion of business support. So that talks to, I'll make an example of this lady that we just funded now, because health and safety has become such a big issue in business operations, environment as well, so EHS. And for the IDC to ensure that businesses that we get involved in are able to comply with such industry requirements and so on, we are able to put in a portion of grant when we give you funding, just so you are able to comply. So colleagues, I'm punting IDC's money, but I also want to respond to Ndadedi Omahave. So what we find is that there's always that loophole where the IDC, and I know from the NEF and other institutions as well, that says there has to be a relationship between you and your compliance institution. So if we are talking the bargaining council in this instance, so what is the state of the relationship? Can you come to an arrangement if you are behind in terms of you getting the certificates? So it's things that case by case we can look at to make funding available to our people. So if you know me, you know I'll talk forever. But I wanted to talk to what Laone just said now about how grant funding is grants are circulating in our communities. I told you in one of the meetings that you said that Waka was a vigilante, but indeed he was, because there's a lot of infrastructure in our communities that is not used. I'm saying this because you find in most instances, those buildings are still standing. Indeed, we may need to put in electricity because our people buy huge water cables and so on. But there are opportunities to create jobs in our locations where we are, so that that rent or that grant can circulate and create an economy in our township. So the IDC, is open to that. I don't know how much I'm prepared to pledge today to this session, but we are still open to collaborating with government to reach, to expand funds that can be made available to business. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Cheap money. I don't know who is actually in the room in terms of business people, but there is cheap money. And Dr. Denusia, what she says, keeps on saying, Dr. Musi, you must know that she's referring to me. And I always tell them that I would end up liking that like Dr. Palma Jordan. Okay. Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Makrel and the team, they are actually taking notes. And the bottom line is that the policies are supported. But what is important is implementation. It's a pity that we didn't see the action plan there because it was too small. That slide was too small. Probably there are very important things there in terms of implementation. That is, the partnership is welcome. The partnership is welcome. And the skills, very much important. STEM subjects, I've looked at the metric results now. That's where the challenge is. So Dr. Musia, Dr. Mohale, and others who are having those powers, they are listening also to the debate so that they can help us to unlock those challenges. Members, I know that you are very uncomfortable where you are because you're very conscious so far as time is concerned. the platform is yours, and maybe the stage can come back now. And thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Sia. Thanks, of course, Dr. Duopa, Dr. Sikwe, and then Memshas. Thank you very much. A round of applause.
Thank you, Advocate Musia. Thank you very much with your panel members with such insightful information that we have gained. And yeah, indeed, let's talk now the talk shows. Let's talk now the talk shows. It came out loud and clear. Dr. Musia alluded mostly on the production capacity. Okay, let's scale up the production capacity. Let's ensure that as we move on in these businesses, we scale up on production of commodities or items that we are doing. As the people are assisting me to rearrange the stage, I'd like to call Meg Grace. You'll be assisting me. Meg Grace and Leguang. Grace and Leguang. If you can just have some roving mics, because the next discussion now will then be coming to the floor. On the floor, we need some inputs. Please assist us. We need some inputs. Solution-driven aspects based on the elements, key elements of economy that have been alluded into this space. Professors have spoken about sustainability, spoken about innovation and skills development. Let's move with those fundamental key economic. You can come forth, sis. As in when you are preparing for the open discussion, there's an open discussion part. As I'm leading in to say that, let's make inputs on the key agenda, as well as let's come up with some solution, assist us, driving us towards a solution. I've got our secretariat, our scribers, they are assisting us capture those moments so that we are able to develop the action plan that Advocate didn't see on the presentation. Okay. As we move, I will now ask the floor, just raise your hand to introduce yourself, where you're coming from, and you make your statement. We've got Meg Grace, Leguang over there. They will come to you. And we're moving with the concept that Delaruna indicated on, let's change this re-event, the model that you are using, which is concept, policy, and pilot. Let's start piloting. Let's implement now. We've got too many good policies that South Africa has developed. Fortunately, when I go outside of the country, the delegations, they speak the policy, and the outreach, the outward missions, they ask the delegations of South Africa about the policy development. How do you do it? And the delegation will then explain on that. But where is the implementation after all? So where is the missing link? Okay, I'm going to start in front. I'm going to start this side next, and I'm going to end off that side. Ndate Matsaba, fortunately, over to you, sir. Please stand up so that everybody can see.
Thank you,
I'm not sure the media people will prefer us to be right on the floor, or anyway, it's okay. Okay, thank you.
Just a few issues. My name is Sepo Matsaba. I come from an organization called NAFCOC, which is a forum for organized business people of different sectors. Among the sectors, there is one called Industrial Chamber, which specifically deals with manufacturing. Industrialization has to be a deliberate process which our government is very much deliberate on wanting for it to grow. Unless we are deliberate in that process, There's going to be a lot of start stops, a bit of progress this year. Next year we go down, and so on and so on. And it should not be a DESTEA program. It should be a Free State program that deals with industrialization, which will deal with issues like concepts that I do my head. Because if it was a provincial mandate, then different departments will understand that they need to fit into that holistic program. But if it remains a DESTEA baby, then it becomes a bit of an issue. What I've also identified is that there seems to be a lot of working in silos. If you talk of academia side, if you talk of government, talk of the industry itself, and if you talk of funding institutions, they are all operating in silos. Because if DESTEA would have had a program to say we are industrializing a particular sector, then already there is funding that is ready. There are students who are now being brought up into the industry so that we can move in with technology and so many issues. So I think that is also important. One of the challenges that as an organization we picked up is underfunding. As much as there's a lot of good work that has been done, particularly in the industrialization space, there is never enough funding. And in most cases, it sets up the entrepreneur for failure. Because if whatever program I want to implement costs 5 million, but I get funded 1 million, it will run for 12 months, then it's dead. So perhaps maybe as a suggestion, the model that is being used by the Department of Agriculture can also be implemented here as well. Where even if you're looking for 10 million, but we can only give you 2 million this year, let it be a 3-year program where there's a level where after first stage we want to be at this level, stage 2, so it must be sort of like a continuous process. I think that can at least assist. In closing, we have a guy in the Free State who manufactures cars around this area here. And there's an influx of Chinese auto vehicles now at this current juncture. We've got a guy here who does cars. What kind of support are we giving to that gentleman? Is it possible that we can say, look, Mr. Carmaker, we want to assist you, but through assistance of other entrepreneurs who are in the manufacturing space. For example, we develop a guy who's going to be manufacturing braking parts, supporting that manufacturer. We have a guy who's going to be doing body parts, supporting that gentleman. We are not only assisting him, but we are assisting other people feeding into what is already there. Because what we see currently, I just saw that the government is now going to impose tariffs on Chinese cars and so on and so on. But is that really solving the problem? We need to manufacture a scale, as the DESTEA said. But we need to look at what we have in the province and how then are we taking advantage of the things that we have in the province. Lastly, we need to stop changing policies due to the fact of who is the political head of the department. If we can get that right, because this year we have a very, very progressive program. All the master plans in place, the shift in the leadership, that they want to reinvent the wheel and start their own process. That thing must be removed and moved away from the politics side, but more on the administrative side, so that whoever comes in just hits the ground running and implement what already the department has already developed. Because we are wasting a lot of time, instead of implementing what's already there, we want to restart and do our own thing. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Matsaba's emphasis, let's be deliberate. Let's be deliberate on what we're doing in the Free State province. Hopefully, Scribers, you captured the other key elements, important ones, that Ndake has put on the table. Thank you. Ndake, over to you.
Thank you very much for direction. My name is Chafta Musia.
Having been one of the people who are part of the team that assisted in developing this policy, the health policy, I thought it's important for me to say one or two things, and but most importantly, I really want the panelists that you put together. I had each and every one of them touching on some of the issues that have been raised within the industrial policy, and really being very deliberate with regards to those issues that we mentioned. I need to also mention that one of the tools that we use with regards to the development of this, I understand that Mahile does not have enough time to try to cover on a number of issues in the policy itself, but we conducted a resource-based analysis of the various sectors in the Free State, and amongst the issues that we tried to cover, which I, to a satisfying extent, felt that the panelists managed to cover, includes financial capital. I was very happy with our work I done, but one of the things I thought we wanted to mention is that how do we customize, how do we make sure that this access to financial capital is customized to the situation in the Free State. It's one thing to have different financial products that is from IDC, which is a national institution, but trying to accommodate those dynamic capabilities in the Free State in terms of human capital, in terms of manufacturing capital, social capital, natural resources, intellectual capital. How do we do that? The culture itself needs to be accommodated, and so on. So in conclusion, I just want to say thank you very much, but that's the only issue I wanted to highlight in the main. And when we're talking about manufacturing capital resources, I just want to touch on, I know your time is limited, but I want to touch human capital. First, leadership is there. Do we have the management? Do we have people capable? Then talks to the skills itself. In terms of manufacturing capital, the factories that we have been talking about, are we going to make them far for the next period? So if we can get inputs in terms of those factories and other assets that are like farm, make them also strengthen this policy that we want to have, and actually have things happening. The social capital. Do we have the buy-in of our people? Do we have the buy-in of the community, civic organizations, and so on this initiative that we want to see them implemented? I think Professor spoke about starting to get things done instead of having policies that are just lying on the shelves and are not being done. Intellectual capital. Dr. Musia spoke about technology, digital capabilities. Do we have them? What digital capabilities a sector can be actually implemented, and we see them happening. I'm glad we have the hub in Motsabelo that is really well to us, and things to see as well. And I'd like to say so much.
Thank you, Jaja. We're going to move to the next speaker. For this session, we do have time because that's what we want to extract information from. What we want to gain it from here. So we do have a little bit of time for this session. Okay. So the next one, Grace, lead me please. Third table. Just by show of hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mapuka Satai, I'm from the SEZ. I'd like to thank the department for hosting this session. It's very welcome and much needed. I'd like to echo some of the sentiments perhaps that Dr. Makane started with, that investment attraction is one of the key factors that are needed to drive industrialization, which is perhaps something that I do. I'm at the coalface of investment attraction every day. And one of the issues that were brought up by one of the gentlemen who was at the stage in relation to the challenges that they face is one of the things that is actually making me stand up and say, listen, let me maybe put forth a few words in relation to the experience I have as well. I think as we are putting together the document, we must also try and look at bringing together perhaps a working together in terms of the resolution of challenges that investors are faced with when they are looking to implement their projects. Just like the gentleman had said that a lot of them are not compliant in terms of perhaps waste management, and that made me think of EIA. We've got a lot of investors that come to us, they might be ready to operate in other instances, but they need the EIA. Then they have to come to the department to get that approved or get that going, and the funder won't approve the funding without the EIA. So it's a loop that sort of keeps blocking itself. So maybe at now the operational level of once this policy is being implemented, if we could have one area where we know here are investments they've come in, where do we send them at the department level? There should perhaps be a committee amongst all of us to say this is how we unblock the challenges that investors would face. And also in post-investment support, I think that should also be a team effort across the province, because some investors might have challenges that need the other department to come to the fore, and it's not something that just one entity can solve alone. Yes, I think I just wanted to say let's work together to unblock the issues that make the investors not be able to operate. That's how we can push the industrialization. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Namapuga from Maluti Akofung Special Economic Zone. I'm sure Dr. Musia is quite excited where he's sitting, whereby you alluded most on the investment part of it. Okay, the next one. Yes, Lebu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairs. Welcome, Diana. When you are welcome, you don't answer the right terminologies now. Well, there's a lot to say, and I would like to contain my input to what needs to be done. My input has not changed for those that may have had who had access to my inputs 5-10 years ago. They may be glad to know that there is no fundamental change to those input. Just to echo say, but let's start here, Chair. We need to address the issue of coordination and the consistency of policies. I think that's the fundamental deficiency that we must address. I think that we must have a touched part on it. And that's not a fiscal problem. It's a problem of government. And you can see that at the level of national sphere, there are so much attempts to try and get the house in order at the level of government. Now, we are now under self-administration. There are 3 priorities. I'm happy that we have this session because this session seeks to address the very first one, inclusive growth as a priority. But I think what is important, after we have got our housing done, we need to simplify all these concepts. Not for the sake of understanding, but simplify them to ensure that every player is able to take part. What I mean by that is that when you speak of inclusive growth, you find that there is no inclusivity in the approach of government, generally, not speaking of the first economy. When we speak of inclusive growth and job creation, it is not a responsibility of a particular group, maybe your mainstream economic participant. But it needs to be translated to a level where an ordinary person, I think that Tamakari touched on it as well. If you speak of the clothing sector, for example, a mama in the township, in the garage, in the backyard, our systems must be such that he or she is accommodated at least. Even if she's just producing simple garments of 1,000 rand. Inclusivity means that those products that she produces, they must find expression or find space in the mainstream economy. So that you don't have, we need to bridge the gap between the two economies. The economy of the health, the mainstream, and the one that I used to call, which I still call it, the one for the leftovers, which is characterized by leftovers whereby our people in the main are still participating in. Now, coupled to that, the third point, I'll skip the second one, it's obvious. It's the same, it's complementing the first point. But the important part of the third priority is that we aspire to be a developmental state. Now, what does that mean for this session? One of the characters of developmental state is where government intervenes in the economy. It doesn't leave it for market forces. Now, what stops or what makes it difficult for industrialization to happen in the free state? And where is government with its role of intervening? Reality is that our market is still characterized by monopolies, difficulties to enter or to access the markets. It's difficult, IDC, to get the money. It's a fact. Not only you, all the DFIs, including all the commercial ones, given the requirements. It's difficult to enter the markets, not only due to finances, but also how the markets are structured. Practically, you or ourselves as black people, we are taken out of the market of retail. It's one of those real challenges. And they will tell you what that matter, if you make your simple retail store in the corner, you'll be squeezed out of the market. Now, where is government with its role of intervening in the economy? Now, that's where I was when I was making my first point to say, we should be able for us to achieve proper industrialization. We must be able to internalize and practicalize all this nice English that we set ourselves, building capable state, being aspiring to be developmental state, trying to achieve inclusive growth. So it means, which comes to my suggestion, one on coordination. I think we need to continue, and I was saying that the races, the value chain transformation model. Because it seeks to address all of these bottlenecks that are there. It will ensure that in any value chain, in any commodity, as Indaba has indicated, you can't just be only producing for a small market. How then is he and that group of aspiring black industrialists are assisted to take part of those opportunities like the agua quotas and so on? That is why Dr. Musia said, when you approach the economy as government, you approach it wide scale. You don't approach it in small bits and pieces. But you need to have ability to coordinate the small players so that they build into that bigger market where they can participate. Because the economy is big in its own nature. And the economy is not fragmented. There's no small economy of Bloemfontein, of Toronto, of Isabella, of Bethlehem. No. It's quite a huge, complex, integrated system. What is important is our ability to navigate with our people as government on how are they able to find expression there. But important on the role of government again, access to market. We must not rely only on creating opportunities for our people in the public sector. If you look at the budget of government, you take your GDP as a province, 90% of the economy is in private sector. But because there are no opportunities, private sector waits. That is why our people, they come to government not as their first choice. I would argue that they come because it is where, in terms of opportunities, they stand a better chance of it. To be practical, go to any bank. I use that example because that has always been our practical example we used to do. Where is a uniform where any bank, and the last time I checked, I'll be happy if it has changed. When we discover that none of them are even procuring from this mamas that are in the outlets in the township. Now that mama, it means the only way he can get is to go and queue you the your social development, the health, the education and so on. Because that's only where realistically they can stand a chance. But look at how private sector consumes linen products. By far better than what government spend. Why are we not touching it? One speaker said it needs to be delivered, that is correct. Why do we leave it to our people when we don't protect them as government? Because we said we want to build a developmental state. A developmental state is where the government is not folding its hands and saying, go see to finish, we can only solve to in the public sector. So we need to continue and intensify issues of market access, because industrialization will not be a success unless we've opened the markets. After all those products of industrialization, who's going to consume them? Government only consumes a certain portion of it. To be practical, why at this point in time we have not been able as government to ensure that the money that we have a control over our purchasing power, take infrastructure for example, 5-6 billion, we call it no matter what the latest. We still don't have control of how we use that 6 billion for industrialization. And we have always said that for government to lead successful industrialization program, it must start with those where it has a control. Now it's going to be very difficult to go and influence the private sector to purchase from or create market opportunities for these small industrialists when ourselves as government we are able to do so. And it's not like it's difficult. It's an issue of coordination. Someone must just wake up, realize that what is paid to do, and simply coordinate all of those things. And the state is a better place for that. Where you say infrastructure departments, the commodities that you are going to spend on. Let's develop a policy that will be acceptable and implement it. That will ensure that for the 3 or 4 schools, because we know where they need to be built, there must be suppliers from there. There must be people that, and your support, issue of coordination, someone spoke of side effect. You support someone of the bricks in Kharim, there are no projects in Kharim, they're in Fizileda. That person sits with the machine there for all 5 years when there is no project, just for an example. When there is a demand for bricks, it's Fizileda. So we need to have sort our housing order first as government and ensure that when we say we identify infrastructure as a lever to kickstart industrialization, we use the million. It must happen where health, social development, and whoever who's using million deliberately say this amount must be within this. Issues of MFMA, PFMA, compliance, and so they can be done within that. Other provinces are doing it. The same as infrastructure, because that's where there's more purchasing power of government. School nutrition, where I come from education. Even when I left, we were still failing to ensure that those smaller kind of farmers are the ones that feed the school. It's a lot of English from officials. Why you can't do this, and so on. So I think we need leadership now. That will say, let's ensure that these things are done. Because for as long as we don't show that these things are possible within the good policies that we have, I thought I should start by locating this input, that it finds its origin and were instructed by the same policies. But when we have to translate them practically, it is very difficult. Many people are doing juice, are producing juice in Bloemfontein and around. But in all our activities, there will be soap, not anytime soon. We'll still be having this one from Gauteng and so on. Small things like that. Food. Kids still spend about more than $500 million on food as a province. We don't buy anything that is produced by the DESTEA farm or whoever's farm, for example. We still get those that are processed also. Where is the problem? Because what we are saying has always been saying throughout the years, the issue is how then do we kickstart it? And the best strategy we have always been told that start with the things that are in your control. At least with that one, then it will be possible. Because the reason that it's even difficult for institutions like IDC as I told you to give money, among others, is because there are no takes. They are not running a charity. They give you money, they want that money back. It's the money of the public. They must have assurance that that money will come back. But it won't come back when there is no market. And that's where government must stop unfolding their hands and go directly or continue to go to the private sector, have agreements and say, on these commodities, we want our people to be the place. That's the role of government. And then must protect the industries, protect the little that we have, protect the retail, ensure that there is compliance, protect them against unlawful competition and so on. That's how I think things can start. So we simply need to ensure that we sort our house in order, get the right guys who knows what they were supposed to do, to actually do so. Because there isn't the three priorities. They don't say, they call them priority number 1, 2, 3, but in essence they call them interlinked. Because you can't achieve any of them when the other one is missing. So you can't achieve inclusive growth when we have not addressed issues of your capacity and capability as the state. And so are the other pillars. That's my little contribution. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those inputs. We are moving forward. Our scribe, I'm sure you are capturing the inputs, the comments. It's coming with some recommendation and the solution. They're guiding us. I'm happy about these discussions. The next one, Putin, over there.
Good afternoon. Seiso BD from USAC. Some of the points that I wanted to make today, there are other two speakers who came before me who already touched on those issues, like the issue of policies. If policies can fall under the administration, I think that's a first step in the right direction. So, and then the second one, which was the main one I wanted to speak about, and I was hoping that the previous speaker will not tap on it so that I can get a chance, but I already did it. Yeah, you know, indeed, we are known that we have best policies in the world. But for me, I always shiver when I see a beautiful house on a dense foundation. Now, if our policies are so good, as people claim that they are, but our legislation is not really 100% supporting those policies. The main problem that we have is the legislation, the root of the tree of this economy. And it might be part of the private sector and so forth, but we need not to put a blind eye on informal sectors. Whatever that happens to the informal sectors will sooner or later come to pass to us. I'll make a quick example. Last week, there was a white paper that was passed, and I was part of people who were there, and I did not accept the white paper that says foreigners have rights to trade on the informal sector. They have rights to freely trade using the asylum and other stuff without certain. We need to have, as our law says, that there need to be permits for this and permits for that. But now the white paper that was being passed was actually annihilating some of our laws and our bylaws. In terms of the competitiveness, we have 3 types of competitiveness. The survival, the sustenance, and the development. If the developmental one, that we are here, and I think the past speakers were talking mainly about it. I was going to touch on the issue of government's intervention when it comes to the developmental competitiveness. Because in the beginning, when you survive, they are there. You move from the survival area, you sustain yourself. When you are there, they are there. But now, when you have to get in the big league, they are saying you are on your own. Now, I don't want to repeat what you have already said. So, we seriously need the governmental's intervention when it comes to further development and marketing. And the markets, breaking through the markets. These markets have thicker walls than we ever thought they would. And without government, because government, at least we know that we have our legislation, the state that will beg us as the citizens of this country. But now we realize that up until some of the bylaws and our constitutions are revisited, some of the things will never change. We can have the most beautiful policies this year, and then come elections, we get the new ones that are not favorable to us. So I'm not going to waste any time because there are other things he already spoke. Informal
sector. Informal sector, okay, Lebu? Inputs, comments?
I'm from a company called Spares and Fuel. I would like to speak in that regarding the policies. And that matter, I think one of the problem statements that you should be importing goods and services from other provinces into the Free State. That thing has a very, very big impact on SMEs like me. I will tell you why I'm saying this. I supplied parts that Kolo. So they are not the chemists. I supplied parts that Kolo. And I used to supply SAPs in culture. Bloemfontein, Ladyland, and I started supplying them in 2020 during COVID up until 2022. Where they appointed a company from Gauteng province. I'm not going to mention names. The company from Gauteng province started supplying all the SAPs mechanical workshops in the Free State. Now, that had a very big impact on small guys like us. We were a panel of suppliers or service providers into the SAPs mechanical workshop. And we had employees that we were paying according to the new corrects. Now, from 2022 up until 2024, I had to rely on working clients. But any businessman will tell you for you to run your business comfortably, you need contracts. Now, I ended up having to close or to sell my business like in June before in December. And all my employees are currently sitting unemployed. The impact here is and how it affects the economy of the Free State. There's a specific company supplies via a courier company. So they will place an order of certain parts, they will courier to their designated places, and a courier is normally 2 drivers. So the 2 drivers, what they do, they come, they offload, they take 100 rand from their pockets, they buy a packet of cigarettes, they give the same fish, and then they give. So they get paid, and the salary is that they spend them in $100, for instance. So if maybe you could try to minimize importing goods and services from the provinces to the country, and try to empower, because I mean you've got a lot of entrepreneurs that are willing to do business, not lazy people, a lot of good guys out there that are willing to do business, but it becomes practically impossible because you can claim any other, for instance, and the buying power here, it's not that big, like Johannesburg and the rest. Now, we've got a lot of mechanical workshop. I'm speaking from the automotive industrial sector. There are a lot of mechanical workshops, but these guys, we could approach them, but they have big guys like the likes of Diesel Electric, Parts Incorporated, and all of those that they can buy spares from. And we also buy from those guys. And we get wholesalers account or discounts, but now we don't have prices. And you touched base on the renovations that the fair to and everything, and you mentioned something very important. To say 50 million that you spend was entirely from the government. Now, it is practically impossible for me to contribute towards such initiatives because all the money that was meant for Rwanda is being taken to different provinces. So please add that as one of your program statements. Issue number 2, the funding policies. They are FTC. FTC is funder purchase order. But now, the tricky part by FTC and funding the purchase orders. Their security, they need a session. Now, government departments don't do sessions. So you've got 2 entities, then one area we are willing to assist you, but the other one area, okay, we gave you water, we gave you water, but we don't do sessions. And FTC gives you up until 3% interest, I think. So if you go to Humashoni's local guys or local dementia, they charge you 30% interest. Some of them 40%. Now if you take 100,000 or we are 30% of 100,000, it's 30%. So you can imagine an SME again 30,000. Now, I stand to be corrected, but the procurement policies just apply to but on the level you can quote up until a certain percentage. I think it's 28% to 35%. So if I quoted up until 35%, for example, and I have to pay you 30% interest out of profit that I made, I'm already in trouble with SARS. And I become non-compliant, and I'm able to do business with government. So I think finally, the problem that we need to restart from the class. We don't build the house for job we restart the class. So industrialization, I understand we're talking big monies, we're talking this, we're talking that, but let us restart the class at the foundation and check what are the issues that people are experiencing, particularly the SMEs. What are the challenges and what can government do to assist that? Because the fact of the matter is we rely on government for it. We rely on government for business. So, key input yaga in the people back with and give a chance to get it.
Thank you for your input and that practical example. We are now after making that, we are now wrapping up, ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up this session. From there, we are going to a lunch and come back. Okay, make what you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Karibu Nonsamu Siya Murule. All for our panel. And I think this was long awaited for from the department, especially DESTEA. A lot of the previous speakers have already touched on some of the points that I wanted to point out, nevertheless. That Mama mentioned who produces I tell you how you can be local and I say made in China. Those things, do be some we lack skills development progress in our province. But Baruna, mobile. Not the match. Any stakeholders still different. Drugs, they get killed by drugs and alcoholism. What is going to happen to our province in particular when they are not developed? Factories are shut down. Until when? But to hear that 50 million was spent, good and well. Who are the investors? Who are those factories being refurbished for? Who are we going to allow those? Are they going to be given again to foreign nationals to own, to occupy and hire our people at a minimum wage? So those are the things that we need to also look into. Ndatomo mentioned something about grants. Our grants are really killing our society because we are now raising a society that feels entitled. There's this social grant that I don't understand, and I'm still questioning today. Well, what is this 350 for? You know, to budget increment. What is it for? Some of the people don't even need this 350. Can this 350 maybe be taken back into a department so that it can develop some of our factories to create more jobs, develop more skills? So there are people that you consider 350 and how do you use in your councils, how do you use in your offices? Let's talk about this 350. This 350 has developed a generation of addicts because money is here. Buildings in their location can be revived, right? There is one building, I didn't mention it, you all know, Public Works knows their buildings. There are buildings that are being vandalized into. They don't want the department distinct, they don't want to give them out, they don't want to rent it to public use. When I come, I need office space for particular projects, it's occupied or it's being kept for whoever. Public Works needs to really revive the city by opening buildings to be utilized for business. Now, let's go back to SMEs. No, really, a lot of our investors are talking, or potential investors are talking funding. We hear funding is there. We hear funding is there in the municipality, in government, in all these offices. But how can a person who is starting up a tuck shop, they are in the board, they've been registered, let's say for argument's sake, with the municipality. They have registered, ne? But now they don't have all the requirements to get this funding. How are they going to get this funding when they keep going back and forth and they get sent from pillar to post when they need to be assisted in these offices? So our leadership in these offices, please, let's take pride in our society, let's take pride in our people, and empower our gas economy especially. Because most of us, we grew up raised by what Tate cut shops. We don't have those anymore. Our local businesses are being squashed by illegal immigrants. Now, what is our government doing about that? Now we have people striking, march and march. What are those guys called? They are busy taking kids out of schools because they are foreign nationals. Are we really waiting for war to break out, whereby our people have decided now we are going to take power into our own hands? Because government, we are sitting there, we're not doing anything. We are sitting in our offices. So naturally, I'm listening to all the policies, good and well, they are beautiful. When are we implementing? People are saying 30 years later, we are still talking the same language as government. When is implementation coming? What type of budget? Now the people are going to come back and say, oh, now here they are gathering again, they are talking about policies, we are going to change this, we are implementing this, we are working with this person and that person. But they are never delivering. They are talking like this because we are approaching elections. Let's consider that one. Stakeholders' involvement. Like I indicated earlier, there were stakeholders that held a march yesterday. There's a memorandum that was handed over at the Premier's office yesterday. It really was about reinstating industrialization. And thank you for this program. Where are those stakeholders? Those people who were at the Premier's office yesterday, where are they? Because in that memorandum, in that document, they did say they are more than willing to come here and give input. They indicated, media was there covering this. I'm part of media, by the way. I'm a community leader. I'm a community member. I see all of these sufferings. We are the soldiers on the ground. A lot of our leaders, you are here, you are successful, you are earning big money, but you never go back to that primary school that made you. To clean up the toilets at least. I've been having programs with some of my team members. We are visiting various schools in the location. With my foundation and different other foundations that have partnered with me. We visit those schools, we empower these young children. When you come to independent, our offices, we knock. We ask, help us. Petrol, water, at least packet of sweets so we can give these kids. No one is there. So now we're talking industrialization, but how about you extend your hand to the person next to you? I'm here now. What am I getting? Thank you
very much. As we are closing down this session, no comments. There is a table there where they capture the inputs, comments, solutions, recommendations that we are getting from this session. Okay, you're going to give that 10 seconds. Waiting. Oh, not here. Not mine. Grace. I'm sure the next service is the last one.
Thank you for the director. It is very good to be in the province. I get so much amazed with the DESTEA when many people always ask, are you still a Chaldean case there? Yes, indeed, that's why I'm doing the bulk of my business. Last year I was fortunate to see the request for me to join the Premier Advisory Council, which was quite an honor for me. But I've picked up a sentiment which I'm very much happy with. young people are starting to say there's something fundamentally wrong with what we are doing in the Free State. I've been fortunate, I worked 8 years in government, I've been 10 years in business. So I think I can have the same. So I worked in the Free State for 8 years. What the department is doing is good. But I'm happy that some of the stakeholders mentioned something. If your foundation is not right, the house is not going to stand. What is the foundation? Luckily, when I worked for the same department, I used to regulate all the industries in the province. So I have fully an idea of how those industries came about. If you go to Sasol, you get Sasol 1 and you get Midlands. You get Carbochem, you get Selmin, and most of those companies ended up being listed. But it's because they are very chain industries. Omnia deals with fertilizer, but they get their nitrate and ammonia from Sasol. That's why that proximity of location is like that. And both of them are JC-listed companies. Carbochem will get the catalyst from Sasol. That's how industrialization happens. But we need to understand two things, colleagues. Industrialization in South Africa happened in the 60s. First, it was in the 1930s with the issue of ESCOM and ISCO. Then the 60s with Sasol. Then the 1980s. And that was the last time we had a clear government industrialization program. That's why you have the small industrial towns. Now, in Bloemfontein, I'm in Hamilton. There's Hamilton, there's the other one, Hilton. These are two industrial areas in blue, right? There was supposed to have been Escort. But if you check, Escort is a different one. It's more privately led. If you look at industrialization happening in Bensway side, it's privately led. Why is that? It's because in the first instance, the bulk of the money contribution for industrialization came from government. So government will go and find someone like Van der Beek and says, we've got so much money, you've got this storage, we're going to give you this money, we want you to build us factories to hire so many people. That's how industrialization was happening. The current industrialization says, you must go and apply at ITC. See, there's a difference. It's not ITC saying, you're so brilliant in 1, 2, 3, we're going to give you money, go and build this once. I think we need to understand that fundamental difference, is that government was willing to put money to ensure the industrialization happens, but equally found the people that had enough knowledge about how to industrialize. We speak about UPET. This one I was given money to set up British American Tobacco. He was given money, go and set up this thing. Now that's how industrialization happens. But the current industrialization in South Africa says that at the end, the M70 and all of us will take the little we have and try and set up industrialization. I think there's something unfair. Whereas today we are asking people that have never worked, with no pensions, with no capital, to say go and industrialize. When the rest of the people with the money are all sitting in government. You're not going to get industrialization like that. In the Free State, you don't see a single private equity firm or family office. When I do a deal in KZN, there are 3 or 4 people that I go to who have money who say, we'll also fund to say it's no. We've set up 3 facilities in the Free State because I went to family-owned businesses, white-owned, that said, we like the idea, we put money behind you. But also we know what you get to do. I'm saying we need to have that discussion where we identify specific sets of people who are in business, who have a commitment. I've seen a lady who produces products. Some person will take money and says, we've got a 10 million rand check for you. Go and do it. We're going to give you support. We're going to get you a PwC. We're going to get you UOPS. We're going to get you everyone. But we want to see you do this. That's how we're going to industrialize South Africa. But 2 guys. There's something when you are under 45 years in South Africa which is really unfair. You don't own land. Let them see. I got to own pieces of land because of the businesses I got into with mostly white people. And I made enough money to be able to own land. But all the people I work with in government, they don't own land. Now, how are you going to industrialize? When the one commodity, if you look at IDC, any bank, they're going to ask you, where you are putting your plant, do you have ownership of that land? You don't. Why is that? It's because we have not created new industrial sites. If today you were to ask Museveni to set up an industry in Hamilton, I would just have to buy 5 million just to get the land before I even build my factory. But if government says we've got new industrial site land that we are earmarking, not residential. You see, we are doing a lot of residential things. People don't work at their houses. You need to first develop industrial land, and then residential comes after. It's only in this country where we say, stay there, we'll see where you get to work. And we need to get things done right. Let's set up more land for industrial. Let's ask anyone who's willing to put his money, risk his pension, do what? To say, we won't even ask you to pay us in the first 12 months. Just build the factory. If someone has built the factory, they will make sure that factory works because their money is there. But if I meet you in SEZ, and the first thing you're asking me is, can you pay me so much per month? I will look for land outside SEZ and set up my industrial site. Why? If the land I own it means I can always get commercial bank loans. In the SEZ, I will never get a commercial bank loan. I don't own the land. There is no collateral. So I'm saying sometimes the policies we come up with in government don't work for the current economy we're in. Tiami was built because money was put in there, and the Taiwanese were fetched in Taiwan to build those textile factories. So sometimes you must know the story of how Tiami ended up happening, how Kwakwa happened, those textile factories. And the lady's right. I was in Kwakwa the other day. All the people that are running the factories of FDC there, majority of them are foreigners. So are we building this industrialization for foreigners, or are we trying to build it for South Africans? And we agree, we have the best constitution in the world, not for South Africans, for everyone else from around the world. That's why the world allows the South African constitution. It is not for its own offspring. So colleagues, all I'm saying is that in the Free State, if you want that industrial policy that they have, make sure it ensures transformation, it makes sure that the majority of your citizens are there. And two, colleagues, we need to look at the home. I'm an industrialist, I have asphalt manufacturing facilities, I work with a lot of white people. Why don't they come to these meetings? Because they understand the one aspect that to industrialize today in South Africa, first you must own the land, and then you must go and meet IDC or the commercial banks and sort yourself out there with them. Do you understand, colleagues? Because if we were to sit today and say, government, you're asking us to industrialize. Of the 40 billion budget in the Free State, how much are you putting into the industrialization policy? It will be like, we are not sure, we'll speak with the TFIs. No. The Free State government must be the first one to say, we want to put so much of our provincial GDP into industrialization. China does it, and maybe Trump is always showing everyone. You see, Trump tells you, American interest. We want to know everyone we trade with. How much are you going to put into the Chinese economy? How much are you going to set up? We need leaders that will speak like that, but not most importantly, government employees that speak like that. Not just the leaders alone, the government employees, because who regulates the industries? It's the government employees, colleagues. The same thing of market, you are able to speak with Sasol and say, Sasol, how many black companies do you have from Sasol? Do you know that the CEO immediately after that is going to fix that problem? If you didn't have any. But none of our regulators speak that language. That's a language I was taught many years when I was in government. So when you're a regulator, you tell the people what is your policy, and you say, you want my license? What are you doing to what I want? If not, I can't be assisting you. So thank you, Mrs. Pumla. All I'm encouraging is I like the energy, but no unemployed person can get into industrialization unless mostly government employees who are senior managers, who have 3 to 4 or 5 million pensions, are willing to say we'll put our own money into industrialization. We need to start doing that. That's where the capital is, colleagues. The best capital in South Africa is not the one you get from banks and TFIs. It's the one I get from the DTO. And we go and work out together and we make sure it works. But it's the one I get in 30 years into democracy. I'm sure there's many black professionals today who are our parents and grandparents who have the money. Don't take the money to renovate the house in the DTO. Take the money and invest in a young person that will be able to bring you a return. Thank you.
As we are closing this session, there will be a way forward, which is the last item of which I would like to invite everybody to be in that session, because whatever that has been captured here, it will then be unfolded in that session. Allow me not to go through each and every one of them. I can do that. Each and every one of them and tap. But I will be taking other people's job when I'm doing that. Okay. So from now, we will then be breaking or break. We'll be having lunch, a little bit late lunch, a little bit of a late lunch. I had to open this session, otherwise I would have stopped the speakers and you wouldn't have grasped the inputs that we have received today. Quite informative. Okay. So we've got 2 serving stations. The first serving station is inside in that room. That is where our principals, where they with stakeholders in the morning, and our business associations with them. And we've got the second service station, which is right at the back. But you are free to move around. You can have relax here and have your food here. You can go to the next hall. It's too hot. You can go to the next hall and relax. Make sure, and then the people that will be directed into that session as well, ensure that you engage, you network, because we do want this input. So when we come back, we are going to consolidate all the inputs that were deliberated in this session. Thank you very much for that. So we can break for lunch coming back. Let's come back at 2:15. 2:15. We are a little bit behind of time because of this session, but it was important for me to open up. Let's come back at 2:15. I know 2:15. Spill over a little bit to 20 past. Okay. Let's break for now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Dumelang hape. Re ke dumedise our leadership in absentia, Ntate Magume, HOD, government leadership, our stakeholders, our banks. I see Ntate Ivanele there, the bank, our partners, business chambers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say, protocol observed. I'm from SEDFA. I'm representing Tate Jangase, who is our acting provincial manager. I'm the operations manager. So SEDFA is an entity of the Department of Small Business Development. It came through the merger of SIDA, SIFA, and the Cooperatives Banks Development Agency. I think this was in October 2024. So yes, we are no longer SIDA, we are SEDFA. So yes, as you can see here, it's a state-owned company listed in the Schedule 3B of the Public Finance Management Act. It's duly registered in accordance with the laws of the Republic, and yes, it came through a measure of SIDA, SIFA, and CBDA. So what I can say to you, this is an entity that has everything that you need as a small business. We have funding, we have business development services, and I know some of our clients still have issues with how we are operating, but we are integrating our services. As you can see, for example, our lending division is currently now in our Mangaung branch in Blue Plaza. So if you need funding, you don't have to go to Prada Square anymore. Our funding division is now within our Blue Plaza branch in Mangaung. So our vision is empowering South Africa's small enterprises for inclusive growth, transformation, and sustainable employment. So today we are going to talk more about how we can support you, especially if you want to industrialize, and how we as government departments can work together to ensure that we support our SMMEs better. I know sometimes people say we work in silos. Yes, we still do. However, from where I'm standing, I'm seeing a huge improvement in how we as government entities are working in terms of supporting our clients. If you look at this slide, is about our core business. We promote and coordinate small enterprise ecosystem through our CBIs, through our incubators, through our co-location points. We are able to really coordinate this ecosystem. We also have a mandate of facilitating access to business development services, facilitating access to small enterprise finance, and also accelerating sustainable growth, innovation, and competitiveness through the partnerships that we have with our stakeholders. We work with our incubators, digital hubs, and accelerators so that we are accessible and we are able to support our clients. So what are our programs that you can access? We have business development support. When we talk pre-investment, we are talking the former CEDA programs. So this is your pre-investment support, training, mentoring, coaching, all the interventions that we have, even assessments that we do on the businesses. And then we also have post-investment and monitoring support and support for cooperatives. We also have financial support. Financial support deals with direct lending instruments, wholesale lending, and property portfolio. This is from our former CIFA portfolio that we have there. And then if you look at this slide, it shows that we still have our CIFA technology program that supports our incubators. They also support our quality and management systems programs and quality and standards. So this program is very important for somebody who is looking to industrialize as well. And then with pre-investment is about formalization, about entrepreneurship, development, about readiness, and some of our track programs that we have in that division. And then post-investment, we still have access to markets, we have mentoring and coaching, quality management, we have productivity improvement as well, and then we also have cooperatives support. So under our cooperative development support, we have the CDSP, which is a grant for cooperatives. We also have the new cooperative bank with development support, where we are also raising awareness of how people can start their cooperative funding institutions. So what do we do? Products and services, if you look at access to markets, We usually partner with our stakeholders for local activations, for supply development partnerships. We partner with private sector to ensure that we support our clients to access those markets. And then we also have marketing support, which is signage, branding, and the common ones that everybody usually understands when they talk about the former CEDA. And then access to finance. We still do business plans, feasibility studies, applications for funding, and also business pitching. If you look at the pitching competition that DESTEA is running, we are working together to ensure that we support our clients with training and awareness and preparing them to access funding through their pitching competition. With regard to training, we have all these types of trainings that we offer, from your business startup training, business improvement, quality training, Empratech, export, any other training that we do not offer. We still partner with our stakeholders so that we can capacitate our people. With incubation, our CEDA technology is the one that is really supporting our incubators across the country, and we also partner with institutions of higher learning to establish these incubators and accelerators. If you look at in the Free State, we have Montero, TVET College, where we have the incubator there, and also at the Goldfields, TVET College and the Manuti. So those, and then we also have the one in Botshabelo, which is also funded in partnership with other stakeholders. Okay, then we have our funding instruments. The funding instruments come from the former CFA. Apologies for that. I think my slides have moved. Yes, these are the lending instruments that we have within our lending division. Asset finance, term loans, bridging purchase order loans. These are all funded, revolving credit. The TREP program for township and rural enterprises. Our small manufacturing support program, we still have that. Youth Challenge Fund, Tourism Equity Fund, and Anov funding scheme. So these are some of the schemes that you can find on our website when you apply. Under the wholesale lending, we also have these wholesale developmental loans in partnership with other stakeholders as well. So I'm just going to skip this one. And then, yes, there's also a portfolio of properties that the former CFA had that you can also access. And these properties are in different areas. I think in the Free State we have one in the local shopping center in Bethlehem, one in Maukeng, and another one in Kano. So yes, you can contact us there. Our offices in the district, we also have access points in different areas. Our access points are in Botshabelo, Wepena, Zastlon, Sasol. We also have one, Hillbron, and Hartsdorpville. So in those areas where we don't have offices, we partner with our stakeholders for the co-location points as well. Yes, so that is that for our products and services. I hope everybody understands them, they are clear. And yes, we have the Asset Assist program, which closed recently. However, it's within the Department of Small Business, and we're hoping that most people have applied and they will access that fund. We also have the Informal Micro Enterprise Development Program, which is access to funding for the smaller assets that you can apply for, and then your Cooperative Development Support Fund. So those are some of the funding that we have for somebody who really needs funding. Like I said, we collaborate well with our stakeholders. However, I feel the main challenge that we face as DFIs is compliance. Our compliance has become so stringent that it's difficult even for other people to access, but having said that doesn't mean that you can't access funding, but our compliance has changed a lot since we became one entity. I don't know if there are any questions, but just want to say thank you for listening. I'm going to send to another person to present.
For any questions, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we join that anything. So we can pose those questions after they have just left the podium. Let me then call on stage on the podium Fatima. Fatima is from the NEF. She will share with us the information that she has brought for the Free State. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the guests, to ladies and gentlemen, program director, and everybody else that I haven't mentioned. There's a message that came across strongly from the discussions that we've had today, and I'd like to reiterate what's been said. No single institution can, let's just say industrialization cannot be achieved by any single institution. It requires coordinated partnerships from government, from DFIs, private sector, and even entrepreneurs. My name is Fatma Brankis. I am an investment associate at the Indaba Fund, representing the National Empowerment Fund. The NEF is an agency of the DTIC and is a driver and thought leader in promoting and facilitating Black economic participation. We were established through legislation in 1998. We are the only development finance institution exclusively mandated to grow broad-based Black economic empowerment. We provide funding across all sectors from 250,000 to 75 million, focusing on commercially viable businesses that create jobs and that expand Black participation. The NEF's role in industrialization. We drive industrialization by financing Black-owned industrial enterprises with a deliberate focus on women and youth. We target manufacturing, agro-processing, beneficiation, and value-adding sectors that strengthen localization. We use patient capital to de-risk and scale projects, and we act as a catalyst for job creation, regional growth, and inclusive, sustainable industrialization. We have active partnerships with national departments, provincial departments, local governments, state-owned entities, and private sector partners. These collaborations allow us to align funding with provincial priorities, to include regional specific opportunities, to unlock those opportunities, and to ensure that industrialization translates to real economic activity on the ground. The NEF has or provides and offers different funding instruments across various stages of business development. The strategic projects funds focuses on your larger catalytic projects, your black industrialist initiatives with funding up to 75 million rand. The North Fund supports acquisitions, new ventures, expansions that advance ownership transformation. The Indaba Fund that I work with supports startups, franchises and expansions with funding up to 15 million rand, whilst rural, township and community development supports inclusive growth in underserviced areas. Now, funding alone does not always sustain businesses. We therefore provide non-financial support, from pre-investment advisory and business plan support to post-investment monitoring and mentorship. When businesses are experiencing distress, we provide turnarounds, restructurings, business rescue support. This integrated approach protects investments, it sustains jobs, and it protects and then strengthens long-term sustainability. The NEF differs fundamentally from commercial banks. We, as a development finance institution, has a higher risk appetite, and we are not purely collateral driven. We focus on transformation and job creation. We fund sectors across the economy, provided that businesses and projects are commercially viable and that the development and it's aligned with development objectives. We prioritize sectors that support localization, job creation and sustainability. Sectors that we do not fund include some industries, luxury property development, speculative transactions, on-lending businesses, exploration of minerals, persons under debt review, and manufacture of ammunition. When assessing business plans and applications, we focus on market demand and operational capacity and compliance. Applicants need to demonstrate demand through feasibility studies, through off-take agreements. There needs to be operational involvement by the entrepreneurs. They need to have industry experience or obtain relevant training. And compliance with all relevant laws and regulations is a non-negotiable. Our funding process is structured and quite transparent. It starts with deal packaging, due diligence, followed by investment committee approval. Thereafter, disbursement of funds. In conclusion, the NEF remains a committed strategic partner to DESTEA, and we look forward to collaboration beyond this Indaba. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. With that insightful presentation from National Empowerment Fund, of which we do have written the first thing, there is a number. Oh, it's not off the screen. Okay, so the next one, the last presentation that we got is a video from PDTS, from the Central University of Real Estate. Let me not talk about the video. Perhaps you can outline it a little bit, and then it's a 3-minute video, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Palisa Ramantu, and I am a project engineer at the PDTS. I am with my colleague, Kekeleto Oroloso, who is working in our marketing department. So PDTS is a product development technology station situated at the Central University of Technology. We are an initiative of DESTEA, which is the Technology Innovation Agency. Just to explain in short what PDTS is and what we do. So PDTS is basically there to assist innovators, SMMEs, and individuals to take their idea from TR level 1, technology readiness level 1, which is mainly an idea of what you want to do. We assist them to take that idea to TR level 7, whereby now the product is ready to be commercialized. So we do that by designing, by prototyping, by manufacturing, and also assisting with registering their project with TTO in terms of the IP. So I'm just going to play a short video of what PDTS is about and some of the services that we offer. And if by the end of the program you have any questions that you would like to ask us, you are more than welcome to visit our station. Thank you.
You have a great idea, but not necessarily the know-how or the means to convert it into a product? Or do you just want assistance with a certain aspect of the product? Process. At the Product Development Technology Station, or better known as PDTS, we take new or existing ideas and convert them into products. We have a team of creative and skilled professionals based at the Central University of Technology in Bloemfontein, with more than 2 decades of experience. Our services have been developed specifically to provide assistance to clients, innovators, and entrepreneurs with a variety of solutions and concepts to effectively get their ideas to the market. PDTS currently focuses on the development of new products, especially medical assistive devices, limited plant tooling for injection molding, advanced sheet metal and tubing, advanced machining and tooling, and graphic design operating, all in line with the quality management system ISO 9001. As the technology station within the Technology Station Innovation Agency TIA Technology Stations Program, we provide a comprehensive product development service. The PDTS assists in 2 ways. We either provide a specific service as part of the production process or develop new products from start to finish. Visit www.pdts.co.za for more info to see what we offer and look at examples of products we have developed.
Okay. Applause, please. To my speakers here, thank you very much for the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got some questions, clarity seeking, they are still around with us. PTDS, they are their second booth in the pavilion for presentations, and yes, we do have exhibitors here today. So please, after the session, walk about, do buy something. Just listen to them, do buy something, buy local. Yeah, as we move forward, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, now we are coming to an end of our session. As we are coming to an end of our session, we will be closing the session. By so saying, our closing will be channeled or will focus more on the way forward based on the elements that came through this session, especially in the morning discussions. So, as Pumla, Program Director for the day, I would like to thank you very much. You have been a good audience as I am handing over to my acting HOD, Ndade Bakiso. Ndade Bakiso una le team ya hae asebetsang le yona. Team ya Ndade Bakiso, can you afford my HOD with the information? Colleagues, it has been a wonderful engagement. Industrialization policy,
being afforded with a presentation by Ndate Mahele, that being laid by the foundation of our acting HOD, when he was giving us the purpose of the day. Then it moved to the key areas on industrialization area, whereby we deliberated and focused on partnerships. We focused on enhancement and improvement in our competitiveness and innovation. It came out very strong in our discussion, that part. We then focused, as the HOD is coming through, the emphasis on skills development, focused on the elements of understanding that when we talk industrialization, we talk up high scale, meaning your production capacity should be at the level whereby you are able to invest, to support the investment promotion in the province. We went down as we're deliberating on those factors. We have then engaged on the funding elements. As we've engaged on the funding elements, access to markets came out very strong. And we appreciated the academians when they were taking us through on the levels that they are assisting, or they will then be assisting us in partnership and collaborating with our industry, with our department, in ensuring that the industrial sector is moving. We then move forward as my HOD is coming. And then my HOD is communicating clearly with us. He is indeed indicating to say that, but Pumla, you can't close up. You cannot close up the session for questions. If people have got questions to pose, let them pose the questions. So, Fatima, Mebujan, PDTS, please be ready. I am stepping down a little bit, as I will be noting some hands if you've got questions for the following speakers that have just left the stage. Okay. By show of raising up your hand, we will then note you. Earlier, I was being assisted here by the Delekuan Labs and Grace. Where are they? So that they can assist me with the roving mics. Okay, how can you kindly assist me? Limamiki, Muzeki. Okay, by show of hands, please, let's start here. Let's start this side. And then we're going to go to the next one and the last one. Okay, from here, anyone from here that would like to take a bite, input, comment, question, clarity seeking? Okay, let's move. We're going to the next row. How can I get it? Tumela that. I will go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. My name is Marcy Goliath. I'm from Capex company. Actually, a lot of English has been said since the morning, please. Now my English is a bit tired now. Yes, thank you very much. You represented the automotive services allegation, and today you at least there is a hope, because I'm one of the companies that I'm from Guntu. For all these years, I think from 2010, and until I moved to my own house, working from there. It's not easy, it hasn't been easy. It's out to all the fundings, but luckily, I hope we did that something again, and I think it is still a lot can need it. So I want to thank you very much for this speaking. You have made things a lot easier for me, and the other mechanics as well. I'm standing here, you are represented as well. At least there is hope for them. By honor, we do a lot of good work. Trust me, we get clients all over trying to beat the prices and so on, and we do that. The call outs that we do, they are costly for Rona, but instead of call out to somewhere, but thank you all. For SIGFA, Kabona people work here on for Rona, it too strict or Harit maybe Rona also try to pay or something. So when I compare it to the one, DESTEA, the one for DESTEA, it was more straightforward and need compliance, I think, but SIGFA, we want to grow, so it's a Luna certificates. They get a lot of money from us. You can imagine how many motor mechanics are in the location. Basnan set up as a good workshop, but not today. At least I say that no, my standard has picked up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Wow. Thank you, and deserves a round of applause. And it's one of those enterprises that we have been supporting the department as well, financially and non-financial. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, over there. Thank you, Mamiki. Okay, yeah, deja vu to come.
Tumelang Bontate.
Tumelang Malusko.
Abu Akitinki, Selemiki Mokhel. We are from Village Legacy Enterprise, Kahara Mutabe. The family Bukan, Rokajapa. So, Kinekupa fela hore. Kupa lona department again share. It's like the application since 2023 for this team. It's like the follow-up. Company are compliant. Till today, I'm also calling tools. We do have market. Mosebetsi a se bothata re hloka fela a little boost or the follow matter. Re employ le batho ba bangata ka ho tshabeng. So ne ke kopa fela hore department ha ke impress lo sa rona. Se re ile na go tele. Ke a le ra le bonne. Bonne date ke department e nna ke le mona. Re mameletse go tloile ke le bonne. Okay, the next one, lost and found. Lost and found. Get the spectacles. As and then you're still going around. Okay, you find them here by me. Okay, the next one. Director.
And thank you very much for the presentations. I think cluster development is one of the solutions to industrial development and inclusive growth in the Free State through collaboration, and that I must really emphasize many times in it. But what I would like to ask the panel of the FGIs and Industrialisation is, what is it that I know for a fact that IDC has some products that have been aligned to cluster development, and as an initiative by the government, it means performance we expect other stakeholders to really participate and to align their products in line with some of the initiatives that have been undertaken by the government. So I would like to hear from NEF or other commercial organizations if they don't have solutions at the moment. Please, I'm calling upon them to say, maybe try to align the products to suit some of the initiatives that are very progressive. Thank you so much.
Innovation. This is really an initiative that has just been established, which is clusters, and we can see from that we are going far with it. So you've mentioned that the IDC, they've got a quite structured program under the clusters. Maybe Meplatlo has got a video, Honorable HOD. She's got a video, a 2-3 minute video. Allow me to pass it by you. She would like to play that video. Thank you, HOD. Maybe Meplatlo, may you please come on stage and play the video for us? As and when, ladies and gentlemen, you're still thinking of those questions, comments, and answers, before I give it over to Fatima and Mebujang to respond to the questions that are posed on the table.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Indaba, and I work with Mshasho at the IDC. So we also was Mandisa Usana, as well as she's also our colleague there. Please help me with the coming up with us.
The IDC Free State Regional Office emphasizes on business opportunities that exist with its strategic location and proximity to all major South African provinces. Catering for businesses looking to access funding from 1 million to 20 million rand, the corporation's Small Business Finance and Strategic Business Unit was established to streamline offerings and better serve the IDC's diverse clients.
My name is Indaba. I'm the managing director of UIFeed. UIFeed is a business that...
Push here, please.
Manufactures chicken feed that we supply to the market.
My name is Michael Chen. I'm the director of Offline Plastics. Is in Bloemfontein in the Free State. We manufacture specialized forms. Our product line range from the courier bags to carrier bags. Specialized forms that are fully extruded and even up to extent of actually shrink forms.
The MTT as it is now was funded by the Act. There was a plant that existed previously, but the plant could not pelletize feed. Because of the IBC expertise and understanding of our capital requirements, the IBC entertained the idea whereby we and upgrade the plant to enable it to manufacture pelletized feed and supply it to the market.
This is our top line to buy the existing quality, and from there we grew from a 1 printer to currently we have 6 printers. So IDC's top line grew much quicker than what we can was a normal
IDC partnering Europe, growing the economy and developing Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it was, we've experienced some connectivity glitches here, and I'm not sure whether you managed to capture, as I was not following, it was disturbing me a lot. I'm not sure whether we can allow the colleagues to replay the video, or we can go to their website, because I'm sure it is in their website with their presentation. Yeah, but the connectivity failed us in this instance. Okay, so I was making reference to Daddy Jafta's IDC's comment, wherein he was mentioning of the cluster fund that the IDC has got. Okay. So as we are closing down, ladies and gentlemen, with that note, we apologize for that video, and let's give this opportunity to Mebujan Fatima. We've got our guests here that they've posed questions, they've made comments. Just short, if you can reply on those, we highly appreciate. Member Miki, there's a mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The question around compliance, yes, it's a challenge. Because we are now we are more like a bank if you look at how we are structured. And unfortunately, we have to align ourselves with the policies and guidelines, and yes, it's a challenge that we as SETFA people are also frustrated. However, I believe that we will take these concerns to our management to see what they can do about it. In terms of the clusters, I believe the Business Infrastructure Support Program from the Department of Small Business Development is structured to deal with those issues. We have that fund which I think if for example you want to get this building and maybe you are in the same sector, maybe there's 4 companies that want to buy this building. That fund can support you in acquiring the building. It also gives you support for solar, if maybe you need energy support, if you need equipment and machinery, if you need raw materials. So the Business Infrastructure Support Program, please just check it on our Department of Small Business. And I believe they were saying that it's going to open soon for people to apply. And I'm thinking of our clients here who are into automotive. You can apply for that fund so that you can come as a group to apply for the funding so that you can run your businesses from that. And I think also the Shared Infrastructure Support Fund as well, I think it's called SAFE, Shared Infrastructure, SAFE. It's also another program that you can look into, but I know the one that is being advertised and marketed recently is the one for Business Infrastructure Support Program. So if you are a cluster and you want to apply for that funding, I believe if you visit our branches, you can get more information on that. I think it's around 1 million to 23 million for the infrastructure. Then there's 1 million to 5 million for the equipment and machinery. And there's also support for energy, like maybe if you need your solar or your generators, stuff like that. Thank you.
approach. And I think it's time we should consider it if not, and I will raise this with management. So I don't remember who raised the question, but do approach me after the session and let's have a chat, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we are now closing the session, I would like to call upon on stage our acting HOD, Indaba, to give us the closing remarks as well as a way forward from here. With the hope that Indaba, as we are doing a way forward, we are going to come back and report based on that way forward that will be offered to the audience. Thank you very much. You have been a wonderful audience. I'm stepping off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, once more. Let me first start by saying we, as the department and as a province, we really appreciate your inputs in making sure that we do the right thing, or we continue to do the right things. Specifically with regard to the inputs that you have really made in the industrial policy. I think this is a step in the right direction. Now, let me first indicate that we are currently busy consolidating all the inputs that we have received in order to ensure that there's a quality in them, there's a clear implementation plan in terms of timelines, responsibilities, and so forth. Now, what we have also noted emanating from this Indaba, one of the key issues was that as government, we must be deliberate and we must be consistent with our own policies. Because we have noted that sometimes when somebody arrives and they say, no, this policy belongs to this specific person, does not belong to us. So that is one key issue. Another issue that was also clear, it was around how we implement the policies, that we cannot continue to talk about policies, but we are not implementing. So the issue around the implementation plan was also a key issue that was also highlighted. Now, sometimes we may have all the resources, but the issue around retraining and skilling of the entrepreneurs, wherein we must also include our academia, was also something that was really vital. Moving forward, we also agreed that as government, we cannot do it alone. We need to ensure that there's that collaboration with the key stakeholders in the sector. So by key stakeholders, I'm talking about the private sector, public, academia, and civil society at large. I think, as I've indicated, this is one industrial policy wherein colleagues also indicated that we are excited about it, but please be deliberate and intentional. Now, the other thing that we are also going to do, remember in the province we also have Investment and Economic Advisory Committee, which report directly to the Premier. Now, through this process, that Investment and Economic Advisory Committee is not going to be excluded. We've got Dr. Dan Musia here, who's the chairperson and the whole board. So we'll ensure that the committee gets the report and they also input so that we also align at that level. We also agreed that this was sort of a closed session wherein we were combining our brains, we were brainstorming, but this is not the end. As we move forward, we will ensure that we go to the districts, we engage municipalities, in particular the units that are heading economic development, because we know, colleagues, that local government, that is where we really see things. That is where there's a whole phase of service delivery. So we will ensure that we go to the districts, we present, we also take into cognizance their own input, because again, colleagues, we can be in one province, but each and every district is unique. So we need to see how do we then invest in that particular district. And as we go to the district also, we don't want to go there alone. We will really like to go there with this team that is combined here, so that they can see that we are serious. I want to emphasize this with, we are serious and intentional about industrialization. So, having said that, from my side, on behalf of the Department of Treasury, on behalf of the committee that is here, both technical and strategic, that has really organized this, and all the partners, maybe let me rather say all protocol observed. Otherwise, I'll leave somebody and then they say, but they didn't mention us. I saw when you were talking, somebody was talking about the bank, and they said, I see that Demochiani there, and next to him, it was that Demochiani from Standard Bank, and then now it was a problem. So it is always best to say all protocol observed. And colleagues, it has been really wonderful. And there's one person that we did not really give a good round of applause, our program director. Can we just give a round of applause? Program director, thank you so much. And every person who really participated, I would really like to thank you, because you really thought, sit down and prioritize this. We are really, really appreciative as the department, because you could have done some stuff that day, you're looking at your profits and so forth, but you prioritize this. We really, really want to say thank you so much for your time and the inputs. So having said that, program director, should we then, or must I then hand over to you? Because when I'm saying it's good to go like
as we are closing off now the session, I would like to thank each and everyone that has participated in this session. Indeed, for you being here, its significance, you've added a significance in an industrialization in Indaba. For you being here, it indeed indicated that the Free State Province has got some people that are still excited and are looking forward to assist the department to move forward and contribute positively in the mandate of the department that it's driving. So by so saying, ladies and gentlemen, to all the speakers, from the program director herself to the HOD who provided us with a welcoming note, as well as the key address, the purpose actually the key address, to Sis Batabile who welcomed us in this session, going down to the key deliberations of the discussions whereby Advocate Musia were leading with those panel members, key panel members, and the financial institutions that presented And with an HOD at the end who has finalized, we would like to say thank you very much, and we are indeed looking forward to be working with you in future. Thank you. Goodbye.